Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Good morning and welcome to the March 30th meeting. It's hard to believe that March is almost gone. But today's meeting is going to be we'll have a short consent agenda, and then we'll move into a work session, which we typically do once a quarter, anytime there's a fifth Tuesday in the month. So we will begin, however, the way we always do, by invoking God's presence during our deliberations. I think we've got Pastor Rob Strickland here. Pastor Strickland, welcome from Highland Community Church of Columbus. Sir, if you would come to the podium, we thank you for joining us. And if you'll hit the button, we'll get you, there you go.
Thank you for having me. In our household of five, we have to do everything we can to hold it together, and I can only imagine what you all have to do to hold it together for a city of so many people. Thank you for all the work that you do. And one of the words that we have to allow our home to be glued together by is self-control. I have three sons, and that's the most common word in our vernacular, in our home. And so self-control is just one of the fruits of the Spirit. It's actually the last listed in Galatians 5 by the Apostle Paul. And that is to emphasize and say, saving the best for last. That's how that language is put together, because self-control is such a work of the Spirit. And so I appreciate your diligence and just your discipline in being able to be self-controlled and lead our city and do so much through such tumultuous times. Thank you. One of our passages that we hold to in this house, this family of five, and as you guys hold the house of our city here together, is Hebrews 1:3. It says that it is through Jesus that he holds everything together by the word of his immovable power. So much has seemed shaky in the last year and a half in our lives, but the Lord's word remains immovable. And that's how I want to pray for you all, that you would find rest upon the Lord's immovable word. Let's pray. Father, thank you for the privilege of being able to call upon your name, to ask your blessing upon this council for a city that I've grown up within, that I love. I pray that you go before this council, before us all as our shield, and that we would lean into you, drawing nearer to you in every decision that we make and in every way that we have to move within our lives. I pray that you would give us the strength of your Spirit to, as citizens and as this council is here, leading the citizens of this city, to just be a people that's disciplined according to your Spirit, in agreement with your word. And that we would indeed know that as we relinquish control of ourselves to you, and you take control of our hearts and our homes, that a flourishing from your life-giving Spirit pours forth. And it's through Jesus that we have access to this Holy Spirit, this life-giving Spirit. And I pray these things now in the name of Jesus. Amen. Lord bless
Amen.
you.
Rob, before you leave, let me just thank you again. We've had an opportunity to thank Carrie for what you do in not just the East Highland area, but really throughout our community. And the Truth Spring ministry that y'all began so many years ago is bearing fruit far beyond that small area where you first began. And I don't know that the other counselors know that you are the other half of that dynamic duo, and I just wanted to make sure they had an opportunity to recognize you for your efforts. You know, we have all said that for Columbus to be the community we want it to be, it takes the entire community, and a big part of that community is, in fact, the faith community. And Truth Spring and you and your ministry have been an outstanding example of that, and we just want to take a quick minute and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means a lot. It means a whole lot. And I will, on two things, and then I'll leave. The first thing is that my wife truly is my better half. And the second thing is we're just going to commit to doing exactly what Scripture tells us to do, to love our neighbors ourselves. And so I pray that we can all get into that vein and make our city even better, even more committed to doing what's right, and that is to love our neighbors ourselves. Thank you.
Amen. Counselor Garrett had a...
Rob,
Yes.
you and I are friends. I mean, I really appreciate your ministry. You show me everything, and it's in my district. When I talk to neighborhoods, I let them know that you are how we change this city. It can be replicated in East Highlands and Bibb City and South Columbus and all the areas that are blighted. And my church, First Baptist, is doing something right now with Victory Mission. It's kind of similar off, I think, North Lumpkin Road, and we need more of you. You're renovating houses. You're teaching kids who need it. You're teaching them in a Christian-based community. You're bringing in people who would otherwise not live in North Highlands, and you're turning that community around. I'm so proud to be your friend. I'm so proud you're my constituent and that you have that mission, and I just want you to know I'm grateful, and I'll do anything I can to help you. I just need you to replicate in other areas too and teach others to do so.
That's my heart.
Find some disciples, and let's go forth in all the districts.
You got it.
Okay,
Thank you for your
Counselor.
kind words. That means a great deal. Thank you so
Rob.
much.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Rob Strickland. Mayor, I just couldn't let the moment pass me by without saying thank you. I had the privilege of visiting with Carrie a few weeks ago, and Mayor, I came back and I talked to you, and I was just overwhelmed. It is phenomenal. And the words just expressed by Councilor Walker Garrett, I wish I could repeat those same words that you just said, Councilor Garrett. They couldn't have been said better. In fact, I'd like to go back and even listen to the council meeting just to hear those words again, because, I mean, what you're doing up there is something I have never seen in our city. And Councilor Garrett just said it should be duplicated in other areas of the city. Those are the exact words I shared with the mayor, and I've shared it with others in meetings about what you're doing there. And if we could just replicate that and move it to different areas of the community, if you have not gone by to visit, it will touch you. You need to go by and see what Carrie is doing and what Rob, what you guys are doing. I can't even put it into words. I'll borrow the words from Councilor Garrett. But thank you. Thank you.
My wife enjoyed her time with you in that meeting so much. Thank you for coming down. It just meant the world to her, to all of Truth Spring Trade School. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It really did. I mean, she went on for days about it.
Well, I went on for days as well, you know. So it was that great.
It thrills me about your excitement over what the Lord's doing, and all glory to him, and we're just excited to be part. We truly want to be a blessing to our city. That's just the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Thank you for allowing us the privilege to do that with you.
Thank you, Rob. Outstanding effort and initiative going on. If you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, the minutes have been provided from the March 23rd meeting. Motion to approve those minutes from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Woodson. Are there any edits, questions, or amendments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, they are approved. Quick update on COVID as we try to do every council meeting, just to kind of let our community know how things are going. We do hear word from around the nation that the positive cases have increased, and they really have not increased that much here in Columbus, Georgia. We have plateaued, and we've been able to kind of hang on to that level for the last week or so. But as from the very beginning, we still maintain that the numbers in terms of active cases are not as much of a concern to us as are the numbers of those who are hospitalized in our community, and those numbers continue to stay flat. Of course, we also watch very closely the number of deaths that have been identified as being a result of COVID, and we are at 369 in our community over the past year. One of the reasons that those numbers have maintained a fairly low level is because our community has been diligent about adhering to the CDC guidelines. I know it sounds like a broken record, but we have people in this community that care enough about one another and who understand that these activities aren't just a matter of protecting themselves, but protecting those around them. They have maintained the social distancing. For the most part, they're wearing masks, and they are maintaining their own personal hygiene, making sure they're washing their hands often, and we thank them for that. But another big reason is because the vaccine has become much more readily available throughout our community. We, as most people know, we've talked about, we are one of the, was 9, I think it's 8 mass vaccination sites. The governor has come visited our site, as has Senator Ossoff, to take a look at it because it is one of the largest in the state. We don't have, I don't have numbers just from the GEMA site, but I can tell you that our best estimate is we're probably right around 50,000 vaccinations that have been administered citywide. We're having more sources of the vaccine. I saw where Winn-Dixie had 2 locations that are now able to access the vaccine and providing shots as long as it lasts. I'll tell you, we're going to hit a milestone at GEMA site this afternoon. They expect to give their 10,000th shot. So that's making hay in a relatively short period of time. I have to lift up DPH. DPH has used the time that they normally spend at a larger vaccination site, that GEMA is filling that role, to get out into the community and out into areas where we have people who are not as comfortable with registering on an online portal. So they actually conducted one at St. Mary's Road Methodist Saturday. Went out to that site, and I tell you what, the members of that church, it was predominantly volunteers from that church, they had it working. I mean, it's a relatively small site, but it was efficient. They were going through, getting the shots and getting them checked out and getting them on out. So this community is doing a great job. We urge those who have not yet taken the shot. Virtually anybody over the age of 16 now is eligible. So we would urge you to go to myvaccinegeorgia.com. The GEMA site is accepting some walk-ups, but that's sort of a gamble. They're taking the appointments, and they have enough vaccine to do however many appointments they get for the day, plus a few walk-ups. So if you want to try to drive up without an appointment, you're welcome to. Just be advised that there's a possibility you may not be able to get that vaccine. So, but we want to thank all of our partners, from our medical partners, and I have to also acknowledge our CFEMS folks, because almost all of DPH's vaccinators have been, most of them have been our paramedics and advanced EMTs. So they've done an outstanding job. Very quickly, we had one challenge on Friday. GEMA was doing a walk-up site, no appointment necessary, which led to a rush of people. We had a very crowded site. And at the same time, over at Peachtree Mall, DPH was doing the second dose from their mass vaccination effort that they had at the Civic Center 4 weeks earlier. And we had a few folks, because DPH notifies them. They send out a mass text. They collect a phone number from everybody that gets their vaccination, and they make sure they ask them, is that a good number? Can you receive text? They say yes. So they send out a mass text. Now, I understand there was between 30 and 50 people who, for whatever reason, that text was identified as spam and didn't get through. They didn't get notified, and they showed up at the Civic Center. Well, they couldn't get the shot at the Civic Center because there were two different vaccines. Civic Center is using nothing but Pfizer. GMA's site is Pfizer only. The Department of Public Health typically has used Moderna, and they've also had some of the Janssen, which is the Johnson & Johnson manufactured vaccine, when it is available. So they had to send them to Peachtree Mall. To make matters worse, we had a bad storm blow through, and Department of Public Health, for the safety interest of their people and frankly our firefighters, canceled the rest of the shots. They have already, before Saturday, they had already notified all those individuals and had scheduled time for this week. They're doing about 250 a day at the Department of Public Health on Veterans Parkway. So you may get some calls from people that have heard about, that are complaining about that, but that was a perfect storm, both literally and virtually. But everybody's working hard to make sure that everybody has access in our community to that vaccine. So anyway, that's sort of the update for the day, and we'll move into our consent agenda. And Mr. City Attorney, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to wanted to let council know and the staff administration wanted to give a special thank you to Chris Whiteman in sitting down and working with us on this rezoning this before us today. Also, Susan McCollum and Lamar Hemmings, James Woodall, Glenn Hendry, and who am I leaving out? Mick Longstreet and Scott Bryan. Those members of the HOA board at Maple Ridge sat down with us, and we spent several hours in 2 meetings going over this, and it was a great exercise in local communities, sitting down and talking and working things out. And I just wanted to thank those that were involved in that publicly. And then with that, Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve item number 1 on the city attorney's agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to approve from Mayor Pro Tem and a second from Councilor Crabb. Is there any discussion regarding item 1? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, Mr. City Attorney, it's your agenda, and if you would just kind of touch on what that item is.
Thank you, Mayor. That number 1 has passed. Item 2 is the zoning at 2925 Manchester Expressway. It is ready for adoption.
Motion from Councilor Crabb, second from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That is approved.
All right, and then the last zoning vote we have is the table 3.1.1 revision for medical marijuana dispensary license. These entities are licensed by the state of Georgia that will be operating. It's ready for a vote.
All right, there's a motion from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Anybody opposed? And 1 abstention. I'm sorry. Councilor Garrett asked last week if he could abstain, so we have 6. Councilor Thomas is over there. That's 6. Thank you, though. So that is approved.
All right, that does pass. And then, Mayor, the only comment on item 4, we'll turn it over to the city manager. I know we've got counselors who want to hear the TAD update before they take a vote. So if Mr. Hughley and Mr. Jones could come on up and give that description.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Attorney. First, let me say that I do realize that this is a consent agenda, and it's not good to make assumptions, but I brought this forward on the consent agenda with the assumption that there would be consent. I will share my thoughts, and of course then I'll have Director Rick Jones to come to the mic and share a few things with you. But you've heard me and my excitement about what's going on in Uptown for the last several weeks or months. You know, back on, and I just want to say that in my mind, there is a movement going on in Columbus, Georgia, all over Columbus. And it is because of leadership in this government, and it's because we've got great community partners. When this project first came up, and this is not the first that you've heard about this project, we had the owner of this project and the owner of another project come forward on the same day. One project talked about this project, a $20 million investment on Broadway, $20 million in a hotel. And on that same day, W.C. Bradley came forward and they shared with you a $35 million investment in that area around Uptown, and where they would spend some close to $200 million in that area. And I think we were all just filled with excitement. And then RAM, with their $20 million investment, talked about developing this alleyway, which is something that just phenomenal for Uptown and for Columbus. And so when they came forward, RAM, with this investment in the alleyway, they were asking to use some TAD dollars. And so I want to say that when you adopted the resolution 050-20 in March of 2020, it was only the first step in authorizing the use of TAD dollars, the first step, and that resolution was adopted by this body. So the next step is where we are today, and that is to allow the city manager, me, or my representative to enter into negotiations with the developer to determine how the funds would be distributed. That's what we said we would do. And so I'm coming to you today because staff has concluded those negotiations with an agreement that defines the number of payments, the timing of the payments, and the overall length of time the agreement will be enforced. The agreement also establishes a city administrative fee of $5,000 per year to be paid out of the Uptown Tax Allocation Fund and before the other payments are made. And let me just go back and talk about, just clear up a point that I made earlier when I talked about the $35 million was that W.C. Bradley came forward with was a parking deck. And their total investment in the area for W.C. Bradley was $167 million for their entire development. There's a movement, there's excitement. So back to RAM. So the administrative fee of $5,000 per year to be paid out of the Uptown Tax Allocation Fund and before any other payments are made. So the payout of the $1,764,000 will be in increments of $352,820 over 5 years beginning December 15, 2021. Funding would come from the Uptown TAD funds. If the Uptown TAD funds are inadequate to make the scheduled payments for this and all Uptown TAD projects approved by the council, then each project will receive its proportional share based on the amount for its scheduled payments due that year. Let me say that again. If, for some unknown reason, the Uptown TAD funds are inadequate to make the scheduled payments for this and all Uptown TAD projects approved by this council, then each project will receive its proportional share based on the amount for its scheduled payment due that year. We'll keep it all level, playing field, and fair. Should a shortfall of this type occur, the agreement allows for the developer to recoup the full payment of up to $352,820 per year for 5 additional years until the shortfall has been completed. Under these conditions, the maximum length of the agreement would be 10 years. And neither the TAD fund nor the city would have any further obligation to make any payment under this agreement. I know that the public's listening, and I just want to make sure they get it all. So this is what has been negotiated by our staff, and it's plain, it's simple, and it's clean. And again, I made the assumption, because you approved the initial resolution to allow us to move forward with this, is that we're all excited, we were that day, with a $167 million development by W.C. Bradley, $35 million for a parking deck, and RAM with a $20 million investment. And they're going to create this alleyway that doesn't look like Columbus. And you heard me last week talking about our visit to the AC Hotel and how when you go up on the second floor and you look out the backside toward Bay Avenue or the front side and look out over Broadway and the trees. And I said, we're going to bring you a virtual tour because, I mean, it's exciting. So this is what this project is about, and I'm going to ask Rick Jones to come and share with you, and then
Okay, there's a motion to approve, and I'm sure there's plenty of discussion to that. Yep.
So after you hear from Mr. Jones, you know, I will ask you to authorize me to enter into an agreement with RAM Broad Street LLC to provide Uptown Tax Allocation District funds to convert an existing alleyway. We don't want that alleyway to stay the way it is today. To convert the existing alleyway into an interactive space for pedestrian traffic between Broadway and Front. we want something different than what it is today. So, Mr. Jones.
We have a couple of counselors that are queued up. Do you want to hear the presentation, or do you want to ask your question now? Okay, Counselor Crabb.
Thank you. I just want to make some clarification on this 352,820 over 5 years, max 10 years. So if there is a shortfall and we're not making the 352,820 payment in 1 year, and we're making up the shortfall over the next 10 years, if we can't make up the shortfall within 10 years, then the developer just, that's it?
Well, it's a pay-as-you-go,
Right,
obviously, and we're saying if for some unknown reason, which we don't believe that will occur, then rather than 5 years, you got 5 more years to finish out that payment.
okay,
And so that it makes it, obviously the city is not going to be on the hook for anything because it's a TAD, it's a pay-as-you-go, and if it's not there, you don't get it.
right. So, and the developer
Oh,
understands
absolutely,
that?
absolutely.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
Counselor Thomas.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I make a substitute motion to table item number 4 until after the presentation. And if I have a second to that, I would like to speak to that motion.
Okay, motion second to, that it remain tabled until after the presentation. And all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That's fine. That's approved. Yep, I got you.
I just want us to have all of the information before we vote on this, and I think that the proper parliamentary movement, don't you hate it when you have a parliamentarian on?
No, I love it. Keeps me out of
is
trouble.
to hear the presentation from Director Jones, and then I think Councilor Garrett's motion is certainly appropriate at that time.
Okay, that's fine. I viewed it as discussion, and we weren't going to call the question until he was done anyway. All right, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Mr. City Manager, I'm not sure I can say it any better than what you've already told council, but I'll do my best here and going with this. If we can bring the presentation up on the screen here. This is for the Ram Broad Street development that's going on now with the AC Marriott down there in terms of looking at building an actual pedestrian way from Broadway back to Front Avenue itself, involved with all that. A little bit of background here real quick. You did approve the actual expenditure of these funds, it's 1.7 last year, about this time last year itself. And in doing so, you actually allowed us to go into negotiations with the developer to determine how the payments would be made over a certain amount of time for this construction of a new pedestrian way itself. And as I said, the pedestrian way will run between the AC Marriott itself and the adjoining properties. You may recall part of the application itself when they made it to us, the reason they had to have the alleyway or this pedestrian way was the Marriott company would not allow them to build up against another building. They had to have some separation. So in doing this, they've really taken lemons and made lemonade out of it for the most part, and deriving it's another way of going between the buildings and going between the streets themselves involved with that. And as we said, it will connect Broadway to Front Avenue itself. So the analysis we looked at in doing with this in action for that standpoint is for the 1.764-100 from the Uptown TAD funds themselves. And like I said, when you approved it last year, you allowed us to go into negotiations. You let us determine how the funds would be distributed here, and that's important. We're not going to make just one big payment out of this thing, or we're not going to make smaller payments that's going to infringe upon the development itself. So we established a number of payments. In this case, we're talking about 5 for a 5-year period. Once a year, It'll be 5 payments over a 5-year period when it's all said and done. And then the overall length of time when this agreement will actually be enforced. From that standpoint, in some cases we could go 5 years, sometimes we could go 20, 25. It depends on what the action really is in terms of expending that money and so forth. And as the city manager's already told you this morning, that we established now basically a fund for this to administer these accounts. We take $5,000 out of the TAD funds, the Uptown TAD funds, to make that work and go forward from that. So these are the financial considerations we're asked about looking at. Again, that 1.7 is the overall factor. But in terms of making payment, we'll do it over a 5-year period with increments of $352,820 each year for a 5-year period. This is an important point, as Councilor Crabb has already raised. A proportionate share will be upon the payment due, will be made in the event we cannot, for some reason, that fund runs short. We cannot make that full payment of $352,820. We don't know what the future holds. That's obvious. We could have another pandemic. We could have another economic downturn. Whatever the case may be, if the money's not there in that account, we may not be able to pay out each year this $352,000. So we'll do a proportionate share involved with all that. At the same time, keep in mind as well, there are 2 other projects basically in the queue now, if you want to look at it that way, that may be coming to us at the same time for negotiations to figure out how we can allocate the money to them. That's W.C. Bradley and their development. And the one you just got through approving not too long ago is for the Cotton Company with Chris Woodruff. They're going to be coming in looking for that money out of that account as well. As being good stewards of that money, we have to make sure we can appropriately pay that money out without breaking the bank, basically. If any shortfall happens, like we're talking about here in the TAD funds, developer will be allowed to recoup that for additional payment up another additional 5 years, so 10 years in total. So we can try and make up if we have that shortfall, we don't make that $352,820 number, we can still have another 5 years to try to catch up with that. I hope that never happens, but we put that in as a safety factor to make sure it happens. At the end of 10 years, though, the agreement goes away. We've done all due diligence. If we only pay out 1.6, and he's looking for 1.7 in year 11, we paid all we can pay out. That's part of the agreement. So we're not constantly trying to pay this thing out, but we will work to try to make sure that we make the developer whole in terms of all these payments as they go along as well, involved with all that. Some of the legal considerations. As a reminder here, you established yourself as the redevelopment agency for these TAD funds, so you have that legal authority to put these funds out. And then your approval today will allow the city manager to enter into that contract, to sign that contract, and to go forward in terms of this whole process. Our recommendation, of course, is to do just that. Allow him the opportunity to sign that contract and get them started on that, involved with all this. And then, I think that's my last slide, but the one thing you should also know, and I may have stepped over here, is the payments themselves will actually start in December of this year. So, in December of 2021 through 2026 is what we're looking for in terms of making these payments back to the developer for this project.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, let me just mention that we currently have in that TAD account $2 million that's sitting there. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, we'll answer any other questions, but certainly we ask for your favorable consideration today.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. So we have 3 projects that we've approved out of this TAD account, correct? Or do
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have others?
We have three right now in the process now, including this one.
Okay. And are we hearing any rumblings of people approaching us to ask for more TAD projects in that area?
Not to my knowledge. Those are the only ones I know of today. That's not to say somebody won't walk in this afternoon and ask and make application for the same process we've already established for these funds. But to my knowledge, no. These are the only ones we have at this time.
Okay. I just want to bring something up. I feel that when we enter into these agreements, we do have a responsibility, and I want us to be very, very careful not to extend ourselves with so many projects that we put ourselves in a position where we would have a shortfall.
Sure.
I think we owe it to these developers when we enter into one of these agreements to try and pay them what we've agreed to pay them in the 5-year time period. And if we spread it out among too many projects, we're risking a shortfall. And I want us to be aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And prevent that if, at all costs.
We
Thank you.
have tried to be very upfront with any of the developers, not just in this TAD, but any of our TADs, and let them know what the actual revenues are now existing, what we anticipate happening over time. I suspect one of the other two we got now are waiting really to see how the revenues fall and what kind of tax increment we might actually see before they come forward with their projects. I think they're as concerned as we are about making sure that money is there available to them. And I can assure you that we're going to do everything we can to help them, but at the same time, we're going to make sure we don't try to rob Peter to pay Paul here when it's all said and done.
All right, thank you. Councilor House?
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly agree we need to be cautious, as Councilor Crabb pointed out. I too have toured the AC Hotel and looked down at that alleyway, and I think the improvements to it are exactly the kind of thing we need to see happen up in Uptown. And I believe projects like this will help continue the momentum that we're already seeing in Uptown and the development in the area.
Very good, thank you, sir. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Jones, the city administrative fee that you're talking about here coming out of the Uptown tax allocation fund, that tax allocation fund is the $2 million that you mentioned that we have already collected in taxes in that district. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is there a city administrative fee on each one of these projects?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's the intent, because there is going to be some accounting issues that are going to be maintained. For instance, one thing we failed to point out in my presentation is they're going to have to make reports back to us, an annual report, in terms of how that money was spent, basically, so we can see some documentation that goes with it. So we're not just doling out money here. But so there is going to be some accountability that has to be had here, and so that's why we asked for the $5,000 administrative fee.
And is that same administrative fee applicable in our other TAD districts? I know we don't have projects in our other TAD districts, but will that be?
I will. I do anticipate that we will treat all TADs alike.
The same?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And so, and that $5,000 is paid from the tax fund, not the business that has gotten the.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I first read this, I thought that it would come out of the money that we were giving to the business, but it's not. It's out of the tax money, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
And Councilor Thomas, to your point also, I should have raised this as well. This was a very steep learning curve for staff, I'll be honest, because this is brand new, spanking new for the most part. We're trying to make sure, and I think we've got it right in terms of doing that, because we had help from the developer's attorney on this and making sure we did this thing right. That's an imperative on us. The reason we want to do it right, of course, not only to benefit the developer, but this is going to be the model, the format we use for the rest of our TADs from here on out. Hopefully it'll get a little bit easier in terms of some of these things, but this is going to set the framework in how we deal with other TADs and other developers as we go forward.
Well, I think our staff has done a terrific job in getting all of these things put together. It was all brand new to all of us, so I would certainly commend staff for your work in this area. Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the city manager and staff for the negotiation and the things that you have accomplished. If any council member has not seen the AC hotel, I suggest you go. You'll be very impressed. You'll be impressed with the traditions that they plan on it putting in. It's open to the public just as well as to their visitors. And as the representative of that district, I'm very proud, and I thank all my colleagues for supporting Uptown in these mementos of changes that we're going through. It's something different from Columbus, but it's definitely going to put us on the map. I did see some representative from the Visitors Bureau. They will be very happy because at one time, many years ago, we said, what's it? What's it in Columbus? Well, I think we're going in the right direction with the arts on the buildings and with all the memento in Uptown Columbus. Everybody throughout the whole city comes to Uptown. Everybody enjoys the mirrors. Everybody takes pictures. So I think we're going to that it of who we wanted to be in Columbus. And we couldn't do it without our staff. We couldn't do it with Isaiah and Pam and Lisa and Rick. And I don't want to lose anybody, but in behalf of District 7, which represents Uptown, I just want to tell everyone in the staff, thank you. Thank you for making this dream come true. Thank you for making Columbus be a spot that people want to go and come. I've met like 3 families over the weekend that were stationed here and retired and come back to Columbus because they love it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table for approval. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, that passes. Yeah, I think that alleyway, to me, obviously it's going to be a great destination for people that want to kind of sit down and take a break. But it's also a critical mid-block cut through so that people are going to be able to continue to access the river from the hotel sites and from Broadway. So it's, I think it's incredibly exciting. I think it's going to add economic opportunity as well as a beautiful place for people to hang out. So, Councilor House?
Mayor, if we're done with the consent agenda and about to go on the work session, I'd like to add that one comment I mentioned to you.
I believe we are.
I'm involved in a project to honor citizens of Columbus who died in World War I, either killed in action or died of disease and non-battle injuries. The research so far has identified 43 names. That research has been through the state archives. If there is a person in the listening audience that has a relative who lived in Columbus during World War I and then went off to serve in military uniform and died in military service, please let me know. Call me at either 706-573-2389 or write me at my council email address at house.john@columbusga.org. And if all else fails, you can contact the clerk of council. I'm sure she can find me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Mr. City Attorney, I guess that's it for your agenda, right? Okay. We'll move into our work session. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. First, I've got the President CEO of Columbus Visitors Bureau, Mr. Peter Boughton. He's going to give us a quarterly update. Mr. Boughton.
Great, thank you so much. And how appropriate to follow this conversation of this resolution. I did want to talk to you today about what is happening in the hospitality industry overall and to give you an update of our tourism recovery program. The global pandemic has had its effect on all of us, all of our businesses, our personal lives, loved ones, family, and some of those are long-lasting. And the tourism industry has taken it on the chin. If you factor in all the other businesses in Georgia, the hospitality industry is still not back at work compared to those other business sectors. Each year, Columbus State University's Butler School of Research conducts an analysis of the local industry and how it is performing. There is good news, and this chart reflects that visitor spending generated revenue for the city, supported jobs and job payroll, provided household savings of $434, and a return on investment of $14.03 for every $1 spent marketing the city. However, the last 4 months of the last fiscal year, or the first 4 months of the pandemic, we saw visitation decline to 2018 levels, and 2020 was actually shaping up to be a fantastic year. More importantly, we saw visitor spending, COVID-19, wiped out over 15 years of growth of visitor spending. And as we look at the term COVID recovery, it may take as long as 2023 before we see numbers return to pre-pandemic levels. And as we said before, this is an update, and the staff quickly went to work to develop a program, tourism recovery plan, that has two phases to that. One addresses the leisure market and the other meetings and conventions, and we'll talk about where we are today in that process. Here's where we are with the leisure market. As the vaccine enters into the general population and as infection rates begin to decline, Columbus is seeing a recovery. But we have to look back in order to plan forward. And as I said earlier, and as we all know, the pandemic changed everything, how we do business, how we live, and even how we have traveled. So again, we quickly reviewed our destination research to make sure it was still relevant. And we continue to do this every week where we track national and regional trends to make sure that we are on track. We make sure that even though 12 months ago travel essentially came to a standstill, we had to keep Columbus top of mind to our visitors. We could not afford to simply disappear despite this major disruption in our world. Because like all of us, people still continue to think about travel and they still dream about it. So the team began to make sure that we communicated our sense of place, the things that make Columbus unique and authentic, because every other destination that we compete against are doing the same things. So our messaging had to make us stand out. The destination research focused on multi-generational travel. And what this means is these are parents traveling with their children and grandparents, and in most cases, even extended family. The 4 areas that Columbus excels in are adventure, food, arts and culture, and entertainment. We took these elements and the best information available and immediately rewrote the strategic plan to focus on messaging through social media and travel writers. Because with social media, we could specifically target demographics that were pertinent to the destination, and of course, travel writers to help tell our story. Here's a snapshot of where we are year to date with the travel writer program. We've been publishing 86 mediums, both traditional and social, with 1.4 billion impressions and $13 million of earned media. Again, this is no expenditure in order for these results. We've been in publications like the Atlanta Journal-Constitution with their Gotta Get Away, 21 Things to See in Georgia in 21. Explore Georgia showcased Columbus with 10 best things to do this spring in Georgia. U.S. News and World Report talked about museums for World War II Heritage Trail, and that featured the National Infantry Museum. 365 Atlanta Traveler talked about 27 plus awesome drivable weekend getaways. And this is just to name a few of those publications. We've also turned our attention to focus one of the first of its kind, our virtual travel writer tour. Our plan is to host a virtual tour hosting up to 20 travel writers featuring 15 attractions from the Coca-Cola Space Science Center to Columbus Museum, Passaquan, the Black Heritage Trail, just to name a few. This virtual tour will take place in late May, and again, this is the first of its kind that we've been able to find working with our consultants. If we look at our social media as part of the strategic plan, this shows how our social content has performed, and this is just a 28-day snapshot across 3 platforms of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We're actually closing in on, in regards to Instagram, we're closing in on that 10,000 fan base, which will open up other marketing programs and opportunities for us. But the main thing to take away from this slide is that all of our numbers are going in the right direction. And again, we can track this back over the 12 months of the pandemic. Here are some of our social top like posts where we featured Zen Moments, talking about the new water feature at the Indigo. We also featured Columbus State University's Carson McCullers podcast. And then, of course, the river has always been a major attractor in any of our messages, and so we constantly talk about and remind our visitors what a fantastic experience it is. If we look at research for a moment, we've talked a lot about that so far, and we'll talk more about it as we progress this. I want to talk about that the American optimism about the course of the pandemic is up a staggering 40%. 60.3% feeling that things are going to get better within the next month. And again, this has to do with the availability of the vaccine and how we are dealing with it as a society. 66% now feel that are now in travel readiness mode, meaning they're thinking about and beginning to act on that. Nearly half have been motivated by discounts and deals to take a trip that they had previously not considered. And the factor is growing openness, excitement towards travel is certainly an increasing sense of safety. And this is something that we all have to maintain going forward, is that we do not lose the messaging and our safety in our messaging. 41.5% are firmly confident that they can travel safely in the current environment, up nearly 5% since last week, and a staggering 17% points since January 3rd. So again, confidence in the marketplace. Still, COVID continues to be top of mind and should not be discounted in our travel messaging. Those families traveling this week for spring break are still very concerned about possibility of contracting the virus on their trip. So again, safety messaging and the protocols that we all have put in place need to be publicized and followed very carefully. Over 70% American travelers dreamt or planned of travel in this past week, and this turned into actions of them actually turning those dreams into trips. 15% of our travelers that we surveyed are saying that they are making reservations and booking at a great rate at this past week, mostly using hotels. Again, a great follow-up for the discussion that just took place. And then if we look at what attributes are important to travelers, they consider cities like Columbus. Safety still remains a top of mind of 74.3% are saying that it is important. And they're also looking for destinations very similar to Columbus, where there's a relaxing atmosphere, there's good weather, there's a welcoming atmosphere, ease in getting around, scenic beauty are all critical in that decision making. Phase 2 of the Tourism Recovery Plan, or TRP, focuses on meetings and convention, and this is where we are in this process. Progress is being made as planners get back to work, and they are more optimistic than ever about their business. Phase 2 covers a variety of goals, from client and partner engagement to marketing content. Client engagement is a 6-step process, and we analyze our traditional list, groups impacted by COVID-19. We look at our top prospects. We categorize new accounts into 5 buckets, from outdoor to healthcare. And we look at the low-hanging fruit of local contacts that can open doors for us through their professional associations or organizations and bring those meetings home in this traditional campaign that we've had in place for several years. We also continue to track the impact of COVID on meetings. Year to date, 155 groups fall into either the category of postponed, canceled, or lost. That represents a little more than $22 million the city did not realize this past year. There's good news, however, that the staff has recovered 34% by rebooking those groups. And this effort is ongoing, and we're pleased to report that 66% of group business seems to be booking in third and fourth quarter of 21, calendar 21. Projected market segments include bring your meeting home, which we've talked about just a moment ago, that drive market that with state associations, the social market, such as family reunions and weddings, and believe me, the social market has not slowed down despite the pandemic. These planners, these ladies getting married, and family reunion organizers have just got very creative in how they do that. Well, let's again look a little bit more on research on how it is impacting our meetings and conventions and what we're following on the local level. This is the turnaround that we've been waiting for. 81% of planners will host their next in-person meeting this year, with 59% holding in the second half of 2021. 76% of planners are rescheduling or booking, researching new events, actively are sourcing RFPs or booking new events. 65% of planners surveyed are also booking new events, and these are our key planners that we prospect and sell to on a regular basis. 76% of planners are encouraged by the vaccine rollout, as we talked about with the leisure market. If we looked at the sales funnel, currently there are 4 groups that are active in the pipeline that have an economic impact of a little more than $200,000. And this is just the start of the daily activity we are seeing in the past since the beginning of March. If we look at the outlook for FY21 and beyond, FY21 definite bookings, and this time frame we're going to be talking about is April through June. These are some of the highlights. Prince Hall Grand Lodge is rescheduled from COVID. The Black Knights, Ranch Management Consultants, OCS class of 1968, they are all coming back. Tentative bookings, the Georgia PTA, this is the first time that this event has been in Columbus, and we are an option for this particular event because of the new infrastructure in the uptown area. Highlights on tentative for the rest of the year, the Georgia Thespian Group is looking at bringing an additional event to Columbus. Their military reunions, too many to count or list in this presentation. The International Trombone Festival, again, the 75th Ranger Rendezvous, the Georgia Chamber of Commerce is coming to Columbus. Again, and many other things. And this chart represents, you can see the economic impact beginning in FY21 through 24 as far as the business that are definite on our books and that we are looking at to convert that tentative business to definite. And then finally, when we look at how we are supporting the new infrastructure in the uptown area, we continue to focus on lead generation strategy for this new hotel product and the trade center. We're pulling from our major markets. We're looking at groups that are in a planning phase, and as I said, they are all on board. Almost 100% are doing that now. We're prospecting the groups that did not meet in Columbus because of the lack of infrastructure, and that list is growing. We've identified top market segments, and our goals to create that success are set for lead generation, to drive demand, to create an awareness of the meeting package that has been created here at the Trade Center, which is a very aggressive program of work against our competition, and to continue to work the relationships with planners that fit the destination criteria that we've talked about. The good news at the end of all of this is that the TRP is producing results. By thinking differently, we've been able to rebound as we go forward, and we are making a difference with our program of work. I'd like to, of course, thank staff for being that creative force and by reinforcing that program of work aggressively by reinventing themselves and how we do business. And, of course, thank you all for your confidence in what the Convention and Visitors Bureau does to market the destination.
Peter, tough job this year, and we thank you for the way in which you've handled it. The only option was to put your head down and keep moving forward. I think you and your group have done that. We're extremely proud of the effort that you guys have put forward And I think it's going to help us kind of exit this pandemic with a little momentum. You know, as you pointed out, we had a lot of momentum when this virus became all we talk about. And I really am optimistic because of your efforts and because of this great city. We're going to come out with a little extra momentum.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Bowden? Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to this, the presentation didn't talk much about sports tourism, but just remember sports tourism is one of the major drivers in our community to put heads in beds. And certainly during this time, it seems to be a thriving market. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to take this opportunity, since we're talking about tourism and generating business commerce in our hotel rooms here in town. You know, there's a lot of our, I guess our sister communities out there, cities throughout the state that are really making a difference for their communities, and they're doing it in a way, we talked about this before, and that's the sport of pickleball. I just want to take this opportunity to say that these communities, our surrounding communities, are making a difference, and we're missing out. Most recently, Opelika is enjoying just a tremendous amount of success with their pickleball facility over there. It's almost as if they're having a tournament every weekend or every other weekend. And other communities are following that path. And I just don't want, I've been hearing a lot about it from people in our community that go to these places to play because we don't really have the facilities here. It's not that much of an investment, but it is a big generator when it comes to sports tourism. So I just want to take the opportunity to put that out on the table, that we really need to look at that, because I think we're missing out. And certainly in this environment where everybody's thinking about safety, health and safety, tennis, pickleball is considered one of the safest sports out there, because of the social distancing. You really play the game and not really get close to anybody, which is a good thing. And the infrastructure, believe it or not, it's not that costly. It's not that expensive to put in play. But as far as sports tourism goes, some of these other communities have figured it out, and they're taking an advantage of it. And, we're trying to get heads in beds and get people back in our community and visiting our community. I think this is something we really need to focus on. So I don't want us to forget about sports tourism, because that is making a big difference in our community. And I hope that we really take a close look at that and see if we can tap into the success that others are having. And they'll come. You build it, they'll come. I mean, that's an old saying that I'm very familiar with. I don't know if that always works, but it seems to be working with pickleball, that if you build it, they'll come. Mm-hmm. And it's a sport that the senior community loves, and there's not many activities out there that the seniors can really engage in. Golf is really doing well. I was really surprised, Mayor, to see some of the numbers that we're producing right here in our community. So there's some opportunities there. I just don't want to miss out, and we should add that to the equation. That's all I'm doing.
Yep, and I think I had an opportunity to discuss pickleball with our Director of Parks and Recreation Saturday. I was out at the Safe Kids bicycle helmet giveaway, and I think they're working on some things with regards to pickleball for this community that hopefully will make us a little bit more of a player. But I agree. I hear about that, particularly from folks my age. It's not as tough on the knees, and I think it engages an entire segment of the community. So, I know that our folks are continuing to work on it. And Mary Sherman and her folks with the Sports Council, they do an outstanding job. I mean, throughout this pandemic, they've worked hard to find sports, and I guess, quasi-sports that would bring people into the community and do so in a manner that was safe, given our COVID restrictions. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Mayor and to Councilor Davis, I appreciate that conversation, and I think you're right on point regarding pickleball. And, we cannot let cities, whether they're our size or smaller or even larger in the region, outdo us. I don't even want to really say this, that we've taken a tennis court at Cooper Creek and transitioned it to pickleball, for use, pickleball. That's not good enough. We need to be competitive, and I watched on the news, as you did, the pickleball courts in Opelika. And so it's on our radar, and we've so-called transitioned a tennis court for use for pickleball sport. It's not good enough, and we will do better. We can do better, and we will. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Crabb?
I think you just, my question was, didn't we approve a contribution from somebody, an
Yeah.
anonymous contribution from
Yes.
somebody to make it, so that is that one pickleball court?
I believe that is where that contribution for that Cooper Creek tennis court converted transition for use as pickleball.
I see. So is a pickleball court the same as a tennis court, or is it different?
I'm not going to try and speak to that, because I wouldn't be, I don't know to say that, but, and the deputy city manager is telling me that we've received those funds, but we have not used those donated pickleball funds yet for use, but that's what we're moving towards. I don't know the answer to the court and how it all, the layout, but we can get that for you.
So we have one pickleball court in Columbus and a potential of having another one with the funds that we
I believe we have a tennis court that was transitioned for a pickleball use.
I see.
It's a multi-purpose court,
I see. Okay.
and that's not good enough.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm just learning about this, and I think it's very interesting. And I have a suggestion that I thought about it. It's where I always go walk my dog. There's a big field, and it's closed in, and the grass is beautiful. It's really nice, and I don't know why it's closed in. And that's when you go down South Lumpkin Road by the Oxbow Golf Course, and you pass them just before you get to Oxbow Meadows. There's a park right there with a pavilion. It has the dog park, where the dog park is. There's a piece of land there that's closed up that doesn't look like it even gets touched. And I think that would be a great place because it's safe. It's easy to get to, plenty of parking. I go around, I have this app that tells you all the hiking and walking places that you can go.
Yeah.
And I've been visiting, I didn't even know Columbus had that many walk places and hiking places. And I've been going around, but that one's close to my home, and I go there like almost every day or every other day. And it's barely used. It also needs like more lighting, so at night, you can, or when it starts getting dark, you can use it more. But it has a great walking trail. It has the dog park in it. It has a beautiful big pavilion. It got a place where people can drop books. I mean, I've been there through the COVID because hardly nobody goes there. It is so nice. I don't even think a lot of people are even aware of it. But in that note too, could you please have Parks and Rec check the dog park? Because I saw on rainy days a lot of big puddles of water, and people tend not to use it because there's a lot of puddles of water.
Sure.
But that would be, I would say, from looking around. And then I'll call I'll call Holly later because I've been noticing some things as I walk through all the parks that we have in the city. Some parks need some replacements, some little TLC to them. So just wanted to mention that as we talked about this,
Okay,
this
yeah.
project here. And to Tom, I would just like to suggest, I've been talking to some people and we're like gathering together and doing like some traveling and stuff like that. Do we have any dog-friendly hotels in Columbus? Because I was asked that question and I said, no.
I think the new Indigo is pet friendly.
Yeah, there are a number of
The
hotels
Indigo?
that are pet friendly, and if you go to visitcolumbusga.com, to the hotel listing, you'll find that list of hotels that will take pets.
Okay, because that's become a big thing too. And now that I'm a pet owner again,
Absolutely.
you know, we're always looking, where can we go hiking? Where can I take the dog? What hotel can I stay at? And somebody brought it to my attention because they wanted to come, you know, to Columbus. It's like a little group that's
Yep.
starting to get out with their pets and meet and go different places. And so, and I saw your presentation, but I didn't hear anything about that in your presentation. And I think with the extent of it growing so big, with people, COVID being more at home, you know, adopting more pets because they don't have companionship or whatever in the home, I think it's important that when we do these presentations, also add those amenities to it.
Absolutely. And of course, they can always call the office and we can field those. And then our visitors guide also lists those hotels that are pet friendly. So
Okay.
we try to cover all those bases for exactly the same reasons you're talking about. People want to travel with their animals.
Okay, thank you.
All right, doesn't appear to be any more questions. Mr. Bowden,
Right.
thank you very much.
Ms. Bowden, thank you, sir. Next, Mayor, have Mr. Ed Wolverton, President and CEO of Uptown Columbus, for an update.
I'm not exactly Mr. Ed Wolverton, but I am one of his friendly board members who get to work very closely with Mr. Ed Wolverton. Allow me to introduce myself to those of you who do not know me. I am Helena Coates. I am chair for Uptown Columbus over the last few years, and so was one of the lucky people who were able to work through the process of hiring our newest CEO, who you will get to hear from in just a few minutes, Mr. Ed Wolverton. I also have with me Leah Braxton, and Leah is our chair for the Uptown Columbus Business Improvement District, or the BID, and you'll get to hear just a couple of comments from her as well before we turn the mic over to Mr. Wolverton. To start, I do want to show you, let's see, do I push the thing to make it go to our PowerPoint? There we go. I do want to share with you this morning the mission statement of our organization. And ultimately what it comes down to is economic development for the area. But it's to make Uptown an inviting, livable, and a perpetually active space for our visitors, for the people who live there, for our merchants, for all of the folks that we represent in our community and in our district. All of it, though, all of the work that we do and that we create organizationally is really to spur economic development, to continue the growth and the wonderful assets that we have begun and that we have worked on through the years. In fact, much of the conversation that you guys have had this morning has been around Uptown Columbus, with the TADs and the new infrastructure and the buildup of everything that we have down there. And it's a proud space, I think, that all of us can be happy with from a community level, most certainly. One of the things that I'll share with you this morning, in fact, probably the best way for you to think of Uptown Columbus is really that we're our three-legged stool, right? We've got Uptown Columbus, responsible mainly for economic development and events in the area. And then we have Whitewater Management, which was begun in 2013 when we had the onset of Whitewater, and we reopened the river back up as an attractive space, leisure space for people to enjoy. And then third, we have the BID, the Business Improvement District. And those three together really can form what we do together as organizationally. We do have some other focus areas outside, though, of just economic development and events. We also work collectively with the people in the area and people who want to invest in the Uptown area on urban design and planning, placemaking, marketing, of course, the area. And a lot of what we do could not be done without our partners. Partners like you, our counselors. We've had the opportunity to speak to several of you over the last several months, and look forward to speaking with the rest of you guys to talk about some areas of interest. But our partners are critical to our success, right? The CVB, who you were able to just hear from, as well, and promoting Uptown as a destination. I mean, really, you can't come to Columbus, Georgia and not talk about Uptown, right? Not talk about the area. You're going to send people down here, and that's a really important and critical area that we focus on and continue to drive and thrive with through the work that we do organizationally. We are very private sector led and directed. In fact, our typical budget during a year is somewhere between $500,000 and $600,000, and all of that comes solely from private donations and also from marketing events. You know, unlike any other organization in this city, or frankly in the world now, we were heavily impacted by COVID as well, and we're not able to do any of our events. So 50% of our budget this year was not realized, and so we've had to be very creative about how we spend our dollars and some of the things that we're able to focus on. But because of that, it's given us an opportunity to really work even more significantly with our partners and generating with them. And a lot of that is being spurred and helped with from our board members. We have a 28-member board, and it comprises of our stakeholders in the area, of our donors and contributors, of people who own property, of leaders in the community. In fact, Miss Lisa Goodwin is the city representative who serves on our board as well, and has been instrumental in helping us work with our city on several issues that we have worked through in the past. So currently we have 3.5 professional and office staff who work with us, and some of you may know we really had 100% turnover within the last 12 to 14 months. And so, in fact, one of the things that I will note about Ed is that Ed is the first CEO, president of Uptown, who we've brought in from out of town, but someone who has a very varied and helpful work directly with uptowns and downtowns throughout the world. His network is phenomenal. And so we're learning a lot from him, and I think you will continue to see some phenomenal growth and vision as we continue to take our organization further into the future. With that very brief introduction, I do want to turn the mic over to Leah, who's going to give you just a couple comments on the Business Improvement District.
Thanks, Helena. The bid started in 1999, and you will see on the slide, it covers a large area. Coming from the north side, when you come over the bridge by Tesis, we start right there at 18th Street. We go over one block east of Veterans to 5th Avenue, and east to 7th Street, which would be just past the Trade Center, going a little into the historic district. The bid is a special assessment district that property owners all pay into. So it's organized to fund extra services that these residents or these businesses need down here. When we started this, the word benchmark was used an awful lot, and the goal is to truly benchmark what are the city services that are being done and make sure that that level stays, like it was in '99, And then these extra services are meant to make it a special place, and the property owners are willing to be taxed for that. So we always called it kind of we're the whipped cream and the cherry on top for our community. We're what makes it really sizzle, what really makes it special. As far as taxes, just to give you an idea, all of the owners down here, and they voted on this themselves, but they voted to tax themselves. The city and the school district, all the taxes that roll up before bid or without the bid today are 41.04159 for city taxes. That works out, rule of thumb, to like $16.68 per $1,000 in value. Just an easy number to tell people. Well, our businesses voted to tax themselves an extra $2.80 per $1,000 in value. That's right at 0.007 in tax millage, and they voted to do that because they wanted something special. And fast forward, we're now in 2020, and guess what? We've created something really special. We're the heartbeat of the city, and if your heart doesn't work, just like in your body, if your heart's not vibrant and active, then your body is not. So we're proud to be a part of that. We're proud that the bid has been able to make this a special place. Bids are regulated by the state law, and they require city approval. So I want to thank all of our council members and city for approving that back then. See, Richard Bishop obviously spent a lot of time with us and Uptown. And, this bid sunsets every 10 years, so we have to come back to you guys and ask for a renewal. I believe that happens in 2024. But it has given us a really good base that we can go forward and make sure that the Columbus downtown, the Uptown area stays nice and vibrant. So there are over 1,000 bids all across America and in Canada. There are bids in Europe, Asia, and Africa. And you go all over and people talk about their bids downtown. And when you see them clean and you see them safe and you see people walking around willing to help you, you know that a bid is in place. So we could be the envy of a lot of communities that have not stepped up and done this. So our bid does focus on that extra cleaning. It focuses on safety, and it focuses on marketing. And kudos to our bid board. We voted this year to spend an extra $30,000 in beautification, and you can see the street markers, signs, and the so forth that really makes it look nice. Painting of some of the handrails and things such as that just needed to be done. And quite frankly, the city, did not have those funds, so we stepped up at this time, and the board voted on that. We voted on an extra $10,000 at our last meeting to put for additional marketing, because we are absolutely confident, just as you all were saying before we got up here, that Columbus, Georgia, and specifically Uptown has invested a significant amount of money, and we have that sense of place. It's now time to go out and market it, and market it even more and tell people our secret. So, if you keep it clean and you keep it safe and you market it, people will come back. They will come the first time, they see that, they'll come back again and again and again, and that's what we strive for in Uptown every day. The bid board has 14 members on our board. They are people that pay into the district, so they're the people that actually write the check for these extra services that are on the board. We employ a team of 9.5. You ever see that half person walking around? Anybody? But 9.5 ambassadors who are on the street picking up litter. We didn't miss a beat during the pandemic. We were still out there, and actually that little bit of take a deep breath gave us time to clean Uptown and make it shiny, and it looks beautiful for everybody to come down and enjoy now. Certainly, you see the purple shirts. I have a little bit of purple that was on my face mask this morning. Ed has his all purple mask. But you see the purple people, and that's what we call them downtown. Extremely helpful, and we're thankful for that. I want to thank Pam Hodge. She's our ex officio member for our bid board, and she participates in our board meetings. Always helpful. We buzz her phone and probably drive her crazy some, but she's been great. So I do have a day job, and during that day job, I am a real estate broker. I've been in the real estate business my whole career. And so with my backdrop, I wanted to just share a few insights with you here. The tax base for the Uptown area alone is over $540 million. Has almost 8,000 workers in the Uptown area. They may not be here today because of the pandemic, but their desk is there. We're waiting on them to come back. We have over 1,200 CSU students that keep this place just vibrant. Just can't even say enough about what CSU has meant to our downtown area. We have almost 600 businesses and 6,600 residents, and we keep building more and more and more because it's always uptown. You can see a breakdown here of the business users. We have some of the, years ago we said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get some of these great entrepreneurial chefs to come downtown and open up their business? Guys, we have them now. We have them, and it's a unique place to come. So sustaining and making this district thrive is crucial to our success and the economic health of our entire community. Glenn, as you said earlier, if you build it, they will come. And I would just say to each of you, I don't think economic development is ever about being totally happy with where you are. You always have a plan. You always have that 10-year, that 20-year plan. But I do believe we have built it in Columbus, Georgia, whether it is the riverfront, the Riverwalk, the hotels that are coming here that will be game changers for people to come. And so we look forward to all this activity, and the bid is happy to be a part of it to make this a place that people really do want to come back again and again. So tell your friends about it, come back and see Uptown and enjoy it. To wrap up this presentation by Uptown today, I'm going to invite Ed Wolverton, our president, to the podium, and also want to just thank him for his wonderful service and great insight and experience that he has brought to Uptown. Ed?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Leah, and thank you, Helena. So I'm delighted to be here, and this is my first opportunity to come and talk with this astute body, so thank you for having us this morning. I do come to Columbus here with over 25 years of downtown development experience, including some with river cities. I actually started the program in Savannah back in the 1990s, and also had a stint in Wichita, Kansas that has the mighty Arkansas River, and not to be confused with the Arkansas River. And then also coming from Wilmington, which was my most recent stop prior to coming here to Wilmington. So there are some shared traits that all these cities have, and they are, as Leah talked about, a dominant business center, but we're also an entertainment center. We offer a great historic setting that encourages the redevelopment and reuse of these existing historic assets. And we're really everybody's neighborhood. It's an authentic place. We are a place that is different from downtown Macon and downtown Savannah and Atlanta and any other place. It is the only place in the world that has the collection of buildings and the collection of people right here in the world, right here in Uptown Columbus. But we are also an experiential place. It's a place where people come to interact, to see other people, to watch what's happening, to visit our stores, to take part of the activity that happens here. So all of those things are great about Uptown, and that's part of why I came, but also why I picked this profession. It is really something I truly enjoy doing. So let's talk about the importance. You heard both Helena and Leah talk about economic development. So this is actually page 58 from last year's budget book. I'm sure you remember this chart, scintillating data, and staff does a great job putting this together each year. But I found this particular page that was very intriguing to me because you list the top 10 taxpayers in Columbus and Muskogee County. And I know that's a really small chart there, so I blew it up for you. And that's the chart right there. You can see some of the big folks that are on here, all the Walmarts combined, Peachtree Mall, Pratt & Whitney. So you see those top 10 ratepayers. But if you think about Uptown as a district, as Leah talked about, that 47-block area of the bid, do you know who the number one taxpayer is in our community? It's Uptown. $6.2 million, of taxes paid each year by our Uptown district. So that's why it's really important that we continue to sustain and nurture and grow and uplift our Uptown district. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit. We'll talk about what happened last year in 2020. We had 13 new businesses open in the district, 50 full-time equivalent jobs, and almost $75 million worth of new investment in Uptown last year alone. That's real dollars. That's based on property sales that occurred, as well as building permit value that was issued. So that's despite the pandemic, we had this level of economic activity last year, and I would say to you that We should be very proud of this growth, and we need to continue to nurture and grow this. You'll see the number there, $156 million worth of projects underway or announced, and we'll review those at the very end. So Leah talked about our clean team, and that's so important. They removed over 150 tons worth of litter and trash and debris in our uptown area. When you think about the economic results, if that work wasn't happening, if we had 150 tons worth of litter and trash and debris running around our uptown area, would we have achieved $75 million worth of investment last year? I would say to you that answer is no. So these things work together in harmony to help build and sustain each other and create this holistic approach that we bring to our economic and our community building work. You see our safety patrol augmenting what our police force does, over 2,000 hours of patrol work, both on foot and vehicle, going through the district, keeping an eye on things, looking for things that might be out of place and reporting those. Special events and marketing is a big piece of what we do. We launched a new website last year. We continue to do our market days on Saturday mornings, even though it's at a socially distanced approach to it, but we've continued to do that. We've just started our new season, over 120 vendors for market days each year. Our social media following continues to grow. Over 47,000 people follow us on our different platforms. So that's a good megaphone that we can use to tout what's happening in the Uptown District, as well as our businesses and our community. Rush South, which is our myriad of attractions that we manage in our Uptown District. The biggest piece of that is the rafting and the zip lining. We track those numbers. Just over 30,000 users last year alone. This is despite being closed for 2 months because of the pandemic. But we also did other things like installing a photo op display on the Wave Shaper Island and the splash pad where kids can take a picture of themselves in a kayak. We work to enhance the island and to improve the high water alarms that are along the river, to provide safety measures for people that are out and about on the river. From an organizational development standpoint, we did raise about $175,000 from our donors. This is a little bit less than what we had hoped for, but in the pandemic, again, we knew this was going to be a challenging year for us. We also did pursue and did receive PPP funding as well as an EIDL loan to help sustain our operations. And as Alina said, we continued operating throughout the pandemic. Our team continued to work. We didn't take any time off. We continued to provide the services that were so important to our business community. We also collaborate very closely with the Chamber, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Historic Foundation. In fact, many of these organizations actually have seats on the Uptown Board or the Bid Board as a way to strengthen that collaboration, to make sure that we're not duplicating services or we're not overlapping services. We work closely with our other partners with special projects and infrastructure. You can see the landscaping along Broadway, the tulips that have popped out this spring, a great job that city staff is doing, managing those contracts, making sure those plants are in good shape to really create a quality space for our visitors and our residents who are coming to the area. Leah mentioned our wayfinding sign system. That's totally being upgraded and replaced. So we're really happy with the way those are turning out. So let's shift gears again and let's talk about what's going on right now. By the late, great Marvin Gaye has really said it best than almost everybody. So as you heard the city manager talk earlier about all the investments that happened, I actually went back and tracked everything from 2013, and it's an impressive number. But for today, I'm just going to talk to you about things that are underway right now, recently completed, or have been announced. So we'll start with the Marriott Hotel just across the street, refurbished all their rooms, a $10 million project. They also have a project to add another wing to the hotel and a sky bridge that would connect over to this facility to better provide an opportunity to bring more convention groups into the area. Banks Food Hall opened up on Bay Street. This is W.C. Bradley Company, a $2 million project, $2.4 million, opened in September, just across the street from the splash pad and the playground. So it really provides a great synergistic opportunity for people that are coming to visit our area, as well as people along the Riverwalk. More vendors are coming in. That construction is underway now, so you'll see more activity in this building very soon in the next couple of months, hopefully. The Hotel Indigo, which just opened in February, 107 new hotel rooms, a $30 million project, a great anchor to our northern boundary there at 14th Street Bridge. providing more eyes on the street, providing more people out in this area. So another important addition to our hospitality infrastructure. You heard about the AC Hotel, the little alleyways going in just to the north there was part of your agenda today. They'll be opening next month, perhaps in the next couple of weeks, and we're very excited to have this facility coming online as well. The Hampton Inn, which is a couple of doors down, they have started their construction. This is 88 rooms, about a $12 million project. They hope to be open later this year, and we'll be excited to have that nucleus of those 3 hotels coming online within a couple of blocks of each other, really changing the dynamic of 12th Street there on Broadway, the 1200 and 1300 block, as well as connecting down to the Indigo as well. Mercer Medical School will be adding their building coming online next year, about 240 students. Faculty will be with that, a $32 million project, and again, enhancing those educational uses that are part of our Center City District. Ken Henson is doing a apartment project that is on 2nd Avenue in the 1500 block, watching this change almost on a daily basis. 75 apartments going in there, market rate housing. There's also a couple of historic homes that are part of the site, and Ken is renovating those homes to be part of this project as well. So it's a very unique opportunity for us, and one we're very excited about because we really see residential as an important economic development strategy, because of people living here, they'll be more likely to use our restaurants and our shops and our attractions and visit those more regular basis. So that's why residential is so important to us. Pease Old Company is also working to renovate the Old City Mills. 45 to 50 hotel rooms will be coming in there, a budget of about $12 million, and they hope to have this one open later on this year as well. The Bradley Company is working on renovating the old YMCA on 11th Street, about a $1.5 million budget on that one, and they will be opening off later this year. This is slated for office space. This is a project that was just recently completed at 1023 Broadway. This is one of our 3 axe throwing places in Uptown right now. This is the group that Columbus Axe was over in the old Raymond Rowe building. This building was completely renovated for them just across the street, and they have now moved in, and the space really is a nice function for them. Ken Henson is, in addition to the project he's building new, he's also renovating 2 buildings in the 1200 block of First Avenue for apartments and ground floor commercial use. These are historic rehab projects, so he's getting tax credits to do these projects as well. Again, adding to our residential base, which is so important for us going forward. This is the building right next door to Chancellor's. If you've seen it in the last couple of weeks, that scaffolding has now come down to reveal a beautiful facade that's been restored. A restaurant will be going in as the ground floor tenant here. The upper floors will be used for either office or residential space. This is a building right next door to Ma Bella's on 11th Street. Commercial will be the ultimate use of this. You can see as they took down the facade of that building, it's a little bit rough there, so they'll be cleaning that up and getting some users in on that ground floor. So another important project for us. And then this is the High Side Market. This is one you recently approved for TAD financing, an $11 million project that includes both rehabbing existing buildings. The 2 buildings on the corners are being rehabbed, and the one in the middle will be a brand new building that will be constructed, with the focus of this project being office and retail and restaurant users. So we're excited to have this come into this block on 13th. But this is just the big projects, right? We're not talking about things that are also contributing to the whole uptown scene. Paid parking for on-street, which is something that you have just decided to push this on hold for just a minute. So we'll be working with city staff to get with our stakeholders to figure out a plan forward on whether to provide paid or require paid parking for using our on-street spaces. The Dragonfly Trail, which is an important mix for our mobility in the uptown area, a historic district potentially being created in the high uptown area. And you can see all the other things that are in the mix, including we're looking to expand our reach to engage more stakeholders by creating new committees that anyone can get involved with if they have an interest in helping to plan and chart our forward with Uptown going forward. And of course, we all have to navigate the post-Uptown recovery with COVID. Now, I will mention to you that we recently have just completed a survey of our small business owners. This is really important because we get a lot of data on the national level and we see some on the state level. but we don't often hear much on the micro level of just how is it affecting Uptown. So this is a question we asked them about comparing sales of 2019 to 2020. And what you see here is that 2/3 of our small businesses reported sales losses of 25% or more. From our perspective for Uptown Columbus, we of course saw a decline too in our revenues because we weren't doing our special events and we didn't quite have the success with our private donors because of COVID as well. So this is a number that we need to keep in mind as we think about our post-COVID recovery. The loss of full-time jobs, 8.9% loss of jobs. We asked people to compare jobs last year at this time to now. A 22% decline in part-time jobs. So these are pretty substantial numbers we need to keep in mind. But we also need to recognize these numbers are low because we've had some businesses that unfortunately did not make it through the pandemic. And of course, they didn't provide any data about their job loss because they weren't on our list anymore and we didn't have access to them. So these numbers are actually a little bit higher. And we're also trying to chart what's going to happen with office workers. We've been in touch with TSIS, we've been in touch with other office users, bring those workers back to the Uptown scene. They're vital for our restaurant business and our retailers, and we just don't know how all this is going to shake out going forward. But we are prepared to take that challenge, and we're working with everyone to make sure that Uptown comes through this stronger than ever. So with that, I will stop, and we are glad to take any questions if you have it. We do look forward to working with each of you going forward, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you today.
Ed, great presentation. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd appreciate you coming forward and updating us on all the wonderful things that are going up in the Uptown area. I had a question for you, and I'm not sure if you can answer, maybe staff can. Do we have an update on the expansion of the Marriott, the convention hotel, and the walkway? Do we have an update on that, when that will be constructed or opened? Do you happen to know it? Or
It's my understanding in talking to the developers that, again, a project that was somewhat suspended because of COVID, they still have long-term plans to implement. I don't have a time frame particularly from them, but obviously with the downturn in the hospitality industry, they decided it probably would be wise to wait just a little bit.
Isaiah, can we get an update on that later? We don't have to do it today, but can we get an update on what's going on? Because Indigo been up, AC's come up, the Hamptons about up, so I don't see why they're not in process or about to come up too. Can we get an update next time on that, next week or so?
We can try to get an update. Yeah, of course, one thing to keep in mind with that particular developer, they had 3 projects going at one time. 2 of them have continued. And so I think they've just had to stagger it. This was from some early conversations because they're working on the City Mills project, they're working on Hampton, and they did all the room renovations at the Marriott. So I think it's just in line, but it did get delayed because of the severe lack of revenue from the hospitality industry. But we'll get an update.
Could you please get an update? Because if we're, trying to get so many people to come to Columbus, and we're opening all these other hotels, and that's our primary hotel for conventions to connect it to the Trade Center, I'm concerned. I think that should have been a priority, especially with us trying to get sports competitions and all these other events. That hotel should have been up and running, or at least in construction. So I'm just worried about it because we're promoting, but yet the main hotel that's supposed to be for conventions is not up and running the way it should. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ed, doesn't appear there's any more questions. I don't know if you'd be willing to share. I imagine most of council would love to get a copy of that presentation just so they could take a look at some of the numbers to share with their constituents.
Certainly. We provided the city staff, and actually on our website, we have created a spot that you called a development report, and you can go to our website at alwaysuptown.com, and it actually goes back to the 2013 numbers, which was really the next big phase of the evolution of Uptown with the creation of the Whitewater piece. So that will catalog projects that go back from 2013, and I believe that number is just north of $270 million over the last 8 years.
Uptown, I agree with Leah. Uptown is the heartbeat of this community, and no vital community can sustain itself without a thriving downtown area. So we appreciate what y'all are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and want to thank certainly President and CEO of Uptown Ed Wolverton and Helena Coates and Leah Braxton for their volunteer work and all that they do for Uptown and all of Columbus. Next, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Irene Shaver to come forward at this time, and if Ronzel Buckner is here as well, but they've got an update for this council or want to share their project, the George Washington Carver Victory Garden and Farm, growing hope and reclaiming our community. Mr. Ronzel Buckner and Irene Shaver. Thank you for being here, and the mic is yours.
Good morning. It is always a pleasure to come into the council meeting and share ideas and listen to the progress and the things that our city is doing in order to make it the great city that it is. We are here this morning to talk about a project that has been long going for now quite a few years, going back to the war on drugs in the Carver Heights community back in the 90s, early 90s. And the purpose for that was to basically develop a community for people to live safely and also to enjoy their community and their city. That project led from the war on drugs to the building of George Washington Carver High School, which was basically developed to give our kids within our community a nice, decent, updated magnet school that would be enjoyable for them to go to and also enjoyable for our city to see. And then we moved on to the Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail. The Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail was developed in order for our city to know some of the contributions that African Americans have made to this city to make it the great city that it is. To understand each other and to learn to love each other, we must learn something about each other. And the trail was also developed because of the fact within the African American community, we have a high rate of diabetes, high blood pressure, and also obesity. And the trail was developed basically to have a safe place within our community to exercise by walking, riding bikes, and also by jogging. The Dragonfly Trail heard what we was doing, and they came on board, and they ran the Dragonfly Trail along with the Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail. Now what we're doing and why we are here today is because of the fact that we are now in the process of developing a 10-acre farm garden on the Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail. The purpose for this garden is to teach the kids in our school system where food come from, how it managed to get to the shelves on the stores, and also about healthy eating. Because this is one of the things that we must focus on. One of them is healthy eating, and the other is cutting down on the violence within our community and also cutting down on the dropout rates within our community. The garden is being put together in order to develop that. All kids do not learn the same. Some kids learn better hands-on, and the garden will give them that opportunity to learn about math and also science just by working in the garden. I'm going to let Miss Irene Schaefer come now, and she's going to talk about how the garden is going to be put together and how it's going to blossom and change our community. And also, it will give the South Columbus area an opportunity to have tourists come to our community, as the Visitor Bureau came before us and was talking about the tourists and enjoying Columbus. We in South Columbus want to get an opportunity to show off South Columbus also. And this is the purpose for building these things. Now, Ms. Irene Schaefer, please.
Could I have the presentation up? All right. Thank you for having us here. My name is Irene. I've been working for Ronzell for about 2 years, and we've been working really hard on this proposal, and we're so honored here to give it to you today, give you updates on our progress, and make this pitch to you. So the garden is called the George Washington Carver Victory Garden and Farm, and the purpose of it is to grow hope and reclaim our community. I'm going to show you a professional design done by Realm and Ed Hoffman. They're a firm out of Columbus, Ohio, that we went through this professional design process with. Turnaround Columbus was formally founded in 2005. Ronzell's been doing community work his entire life. So the legacy of Turnaround Columbus extends beyond that. But our mission is to empower and inspire youth with hope, opportunities, and the tools to succeed through community-based education. Ronzell mentioned some of the legacy. The community drug fighters was cleaned up a lot of these neighborhoods around where we work, Carver Heights and Kendrick's Quarters. And what we really learned from that as an organization was that we figured out how to use community agency to really reclaim their own communities. So how to empower and channel that potential in communities, get them involved in interacting with the police and the city to really clean up these neighborhoods that had gotten quite dangerous and had a lot of drug activity. The Carver High School renovation was another thing we were involved in. That was a $37 million project. And Ronzell really was out on the streets garnering support for that and making that a priority for the district. So we partnered with the school district for a long time. What happened when that school was renovated is that Carver went from a low-performing high school to one of the best-performing high schools in Columbus. And what that teaches us, that informs our approach, is that investment matters. Investment in students, high expectations, beautiful places to learn. It really improves student achievement. And we have the data to support that really turned around the performance of that school. So people meet your expectations when you invest in them. The Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail, as Ronzell said, is part of this project of rehabilitating this 2.2 mile of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This section, or this type of street exists in every city in America, pretty much, as a legacy for Dr. Martin Luther King. It always runs through the lowest income neighborhoods, the most dangerous neighborhoods, places where there's been significant disinvestment. So part of the mission here is to create a model that can be replicated in other cities of how do you reinvest in these places that have become forgotten, that have become sacrifice zones in your city, and really live up to that legacy of Dr. King. And how do you highlight the African American populations in your city and all the contributions they've made. So this trail has 11 markers of local Columbus African American heroes, and these are our kids in our program looking at the Shadrach Marshall and Spencer High School. The Spencer High School, sorry. Oh, did you not hear me? The Spencer High School marker there, they're learning about those heroes. So this is where we work. The Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail runs from downtown all along Martin Luther King Boulevard, and then it goes up to Macon Road, right? Macon Road. Anyways, this is Martin Luther King Boulevard right here, behind J.D. Davis Elementary School and behind the Marshall Success Center, which used to be Marshall Middle. This used to be Spencer High School. We're in between Brown Avenue and 17th Avenue. There's a 10.3 acre lot that the Muskogee County School District has given Turnaround Columbus in a memorandum of understanding to manage indefinitely to build this 10-acre youth-run farm and community innovation center. This land has been not used for many, many years. On two sides of it are giant recycling places. It used to be a slaughterhouse here. This place is in dire need of investment and good zoning. And this is part of what we're trying to do here is reclaim this neighborhood as a place where people can be proud of to be from and to live healthy lives. So part of our why, this community, these are the data from the census block, which is the Martin Luther King Boulevard census block. 65% of the families in this community live in poverty. That's 3 times the rate of Columbus as a whole. What that means is a family of 4 makes $14,000 a year. That's very, very difficult to invest in any long-term property or investments. Really hard to provide rent and food at a high quality for your family. 85% of the population is eligible for food stamps. This is a food desert, meaning there's not healthy food options within 10 miles. It has one of the highest crime rates in the city. It's classified as one of the most dangerous neighborhoods, and the top 3 health problems in Columbus and in this area, but are disproportionately represented in African American populations, are diabetes, heart disease, and poor nutrition. Children in Columbus, 1 in 5 are hungry. 100% of the children that we work with at J.D. Davis Elementary and in our Farm Leaders program are on free and reduced lunch, meaning that they are low enough income that they rely on the school for one of their meals a day. And this is all to say that despite this terrible context, children still have dreams. And this is national data. 45% say they want to own their business. 42% say they'll invent something to change the world. And this is what we've found in working with young people, is they're change makers. They're absolutely inspiring, and they want to do things in the world that will make this a better place. And so all of these things, both the negative and the positive things, they change dramatically from strategic investment in the most disproportionately disadvantaged populations. Our principal initiative is creating this 10-acre youth-run farm and community-based learning and innovation center. And the purpose of that is to reclaim this community from cycles of poverty and violence and to create a new path forward for youth and their families that has opportunity, hope, health, and productive community engagement in it. We've been working on this for a while, always building partnerships, getting community feedback and support, and volunteer engagement. Turnaround Columbus is one of the most credible organizations I've ever worked with in terms of its integrity to the community and community ties. There's a lot of community into this project, into the design and conception of it. In October, we got the school board to sign the MOU formally, and we received $20,000 from the crime prevention grant. So thank you. That is the only money we have, and it has allowed us to do wonderful things. In November, we went through a professional design process with Realm and Ed Hoffman and got it all costed out with Turner Construction. You should be getting a package of the design renderings and all the costing that was done by this national construction firm, and it's really like down to the screws. It is the worst case scenario numbers because it's, it's fully featured everything. I think there's a lot of cost savings, and I hope this is the beginning of many conversations with the city about that budget and what we could possibly do. We also went through a farm production design process with Fort Valley State and Tuskegee University. Those are both big partners in this work. Fort Valley State has donated an incredible amount of materials. They put in a half-acre orchard already on the property, and they're putting in more vegetable production in the next couple weeks. They've also promised that anyone that goes in our program gets a full ride to Fort Valley State if they apply for an agriculture degree. So they've been wonderful partners and have advised on the agriculture business plan. January, we broke ground at the garden, and and opened the Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail. And then in March, we began our Homegrown Hope program, which is our Saturday elementary school program. We have 21 kids enrolled in that. And then we have our Hope Dealer Farm Leader program. And we just hired 10 farm leaders, which are high schoolers that are going to run that farm this summer, sell the produce, and build the business. What this looks like in 5 years is 5 to 8 acres of food production and orchards. Really, that would really dramatically change the local food scene in Columbus. We'd love to be able to employ more like 40 youth on the farm, and we would run citywide education programming of all different kinds for different ages, and then many community events and nutrition education in our teaching kitchen. So this is our Homegrown Hope Saturday Elementary program. Reading, we focus on reading, nutrition, arts, and STEM, science and math in the garden. So here's our kids are reading about George W. Washington Carver. He's a pioneer in agriculture, and one of the first African Americans to get his bachelor's degree from Tuskegee. Or not from Tuskegee, he went and taught at Tuskegee after that. But we do snack. The kids often harvest their own. They planted this lettuce and it was ready to harvest, so they harvest their own food. We talk about healthy eating. They're helping us plant peppers in this other picture that are going to be part of our plant sale or else put in the garden. And these kids are 3rd to 5th grade right now. They all come from the area housing projects, and the Housing Authority has partnered to provide free transportation for the kids to come every single Saturday. This will run until October. This is what we're doing with crime prevention funds. 3rd grade reading level is a major predictor of retention in school. Most of these kids read two levels below. So this is how we are contributing, getting these kids early so that they meet these critical milestones and are able to stay in school, but also they get to be involved in this small business and do a lot of hands-on learning. This is our the farm and the Hope Dealers program. This is for high school youth employment. They'll be employed from March till October. Currently, we don't have greenhouses to do off-season production, but that's an opportunity in the future. And here's only 5 of them pictured, but we have 10 in total. And you can see they're planting these beds. This is in the East Field, which I'll show you more. But they're going to learn all sorts of things about agriculture, building their own business, marketing, branding. They'll be out at market days, selling our products. We're going to have chickens. Bees are coming next week. So we'll have eggs and honey, and they're going to learn the whole entire phase from planting a seed to selling it to the customer. So the vision of this design was to take what we know about community building and experiential education and couple that with a professional urban design with the intention of really elevating human behavior and creating economic opportunity and restoring dignity to this neighborhood. So this is the vision. If you came out here right now, you'd see these empty athletic fields, but you'd see some of our production in the East Field. But the vision here is that there's, on either side, there's agricultural production, which basically is a agricultural campus for the entire district to do experiential learning. There's greenhouses in the West Field. There's a children's garden in the West Field. It's surrounded by orchards, so it's a living food forest, and we'd redo that track so people can walk around it. It could connect to the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, or Jr. Trail, which runs right along the outside of the garden there. And we'd have a performance stage and this learning center, which has a kitchen and a marketplace in it. I'll show you in more detail. So this is the central area. This teaching kitchen would be a partnership with hospitals or the Department of Public Health to provide nutrition education, and also a place where we would add value to our agriculture products, learn how to, and pass down cultural information, like having grandmas come in and teach pickling techniques to our kids. That helps us preserve our products. We can sell them at a higher price point. We get that cultural transfer of knowledge, which helps rebuild back families and culture in this community. They're the marketplace for our kids to sell their goods. This fireplace is a place for intimate community conversations, teen nights around the fire, multi-generational mentorship, elders and elders council to pass on knowledge about what the legacy of community work in this neighborhood and in Columbus. There's community garden spaces around that central node where people can take ownership or have access to land. This is primarily renter-owned area, so having access and communal access like this to land is a huge, it's a huge opportunity for many of these families and kids. They have zero context for growing their own food or interacting with nature this way. There's classrooms tucked in the orchard, and there's a stage, and this repurposed pavilion is something we really need sooner rather than later, and it will house an office, an indoor classroom, a vegetable processing area, and some storage. These are different pictures of it. There's a bit of like a dining area. The fireplace is down there, these radial beds. This is what the fire pit might look like. Teaching kitchen, children's garden. These classrooms are tucked in. And this East production field is where we've gotten started with what we have. So we're in phase 0, working in that East production field, 100% donated labor. We've engaged 149 volunteers this year. This is where our high school youth leaders work. This is where we take the elementary kids down and we do a garden, 1 hour of garden time every Saturday. And we're basically running out of that pavilion for shade, which is just an old building. So this is where we're at right now. By the end of this year, I'd like to see phase 1 started, in which orchards take a long time to come on, so we'd like to get started on the orchard in the West Field so that, 3 to 5 years we'd have production there. Start to delineate that central area with the pathways and really get that repurposed pavilion, because we have a porta potty on site right now, so we need some basic facilities to run. Phase 2 would do the track and the West production field, get those greenhouses in there. We could do year-round production, higher value crops, children's garden, and the big thing in phase 2 is a kitchen. And then phase 3 would bring in these community spaces, the amphitheater, the classroom, the fire pit, and the marketplace. So when this is costed out, the top cost is $4.9 million. Phase 1, this number is related to what the East Field would be if it was fully featured, 6 inches of topsoil, all the site work that would go into that. Phase 1 is 1.6 million, phase 2 is 1.5 million, and phase 3 at 500,000. The thing I want to draw your attention to is the cost per square foot. I know you probably see comparable projects like this, but this one is coming in really reasonable at $11 per square foot. And the purpose of this is to reclaim our community, to provide an education space, restore hope, opportunity, generate peace, and forever change the trajectory of young people's lives. This could be a huge place for tourism, farm visits. It's an outdoor experiential classroom for the entire district, so we could book many school visits there. But I think some of our most important outcomes are what it brings for community transformation. Just taking our farm leaders, for example, 10 of them this year, 2 of them are graduating seniors. If 2 of them go to Fort Valley State and get a free college education, they're first in their family to go to college. When one person in the family goes to college, that changes the entire trajectory of all their siblings, right? If you have one person and you're not the first, you have way better likelihood of better outcomes in higher ed. And so it's those kinds of sequenced effects that we are able to produce, because we're going to engage kids from 3rd grade up until they're 18, and bringing them through that entire program of mentorship, skill building, experiential learning. And these are the experiences that matter in people's lives. It doesn't, you don't, when you learn a skill, when you gain confidence in yourself, when you develop your own business plan and sell your own goods, these are skills that are transferable to any industry, and they help create the type of mindset and self-regulating behaviors that we need in young people, and the types of beliefs that we need them to have in themselves to come back and reinvest in Columbus, build their own business. So it's a place of community pride, and there's a lot of outcomes that come from it. Some of them are more intangible, but I'd encourage you to consider this proposal as you're in a position to really take us to the next level. And community organizations like this, they can bang their head against the wall for years and years and years, operating on a shoestring, and we could absolutely do that. We could deliver some lower impact outcomes with very little money. But the point of this is to, and the reason we went through this professional design process, is to really consider what is the biggest dream here and what could be what could be possible. So coming in on this investment, coming in at this stage on the ground floor, you really have an opportunity to shape what it could be. Send a message to this community that you care about them and that has been disinvested in for many years, and really shape the future of the young people in this community, and realize this entire vision instead of letting it limp along through volunteer work and in-kind donations. So we've been longtime partners of the city, and we thank you so much for that. We've also partnered with the school district for a long time. We have these university partners. We're engaged with Midtown, Columbus Housing Authority. Columbus Waterworks is going to make in-kind donations to us to get our water in. Keep Columbus Beautiful is donating some of the orchard. We're working with the Community Foundation to engage donors. And then we have many, many other partners. 2WR and Hecht & Brutshaw, we're working with them to take parts of this design, especially the repurposed pavilion, and take it down from the conceptual into a plan that's ready to give to a contractor right now. And you have been our biggest donor of the crime prevention program and have allowed us to run our programs and get started on the farm. The Department of Public Health just funded us to provide 6 beds for SNAP-eligible families of weekly produce for the summer season, so we'll be doing that. And we've had massive in-kind donations. This entire design process was donated, and lots of volunteers have turned out. I think in terms of investment, Turnaround Columbus, because we are so deeply integrated into the community and have so much community support, that is really the thing that will make this project move forward and secures your investment in it. So talking to you as city council members, but also just as people in this community, please come support us. There's so many ways to support us. Come make a financial contribution. You can come volunteer on the weekend in the garden and meet our kids. You can visit us. I'd love to have the city council out there. We can show you our farm and what we're doing. Buy our produce and eggs and honey, and you could donate, you could spread the word, you could sponsor a flower bed along the Martin Luther King Outdoor Learning Trail. You could sponsor one of our youth and entrepreneurs. It costs about $1,000 to sponsor them for a year. Partner with us, invite us to speak. And I just want to open it up for questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you.
Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem. Hang on.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, ma'am. I would like to ask, I noticed in the plan you have a tree canopy, and I think you called it an orchard around some of the properties that you're going to be developing. Have you thought about getting Trees Columbus involved with helping you identify the proper tree to put in and where to obtain them?
Yes, we're working with a gentleman named Lorenzo Jones, who worked with the trees in the city of Columbus, who's involved with us.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Councilor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner, for your commitment to Columbus and also that community. I grew up in that neighborhood prior to my great-great-grandmother passing on Nina Street, and I remember her having a small garden in her backyard, a fig tree, a pecan tree, a chicken coop. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I agree. We all want to obtain the American dream, and I think that it's important that we do everything that we can in order to give individuals an opportunity to obtain that American dream. So I absolutely thank you. I do have a question in reference to this $1.9 trillion that's coming down in this stimulus package in reference to how much funds that we're receiving in our city. I think it's $79.5 billion. And when you mention tourism, I just want to know how much money are we going to allocate as a city in reference to those funds that are coming down, because maybe that's something that, we can invest in this process. And also within that money, I think it's mentioned small business, nonprofits. So the funds, yes, they are for our local government, but I do believe that in reference to this Executive Order 13985 is for advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. And that's exactly what this project that you're doing, Mr. Buckner, is for racial equity and support of underserved communities. So this is something that I would like to hopefully discuss in the council meetings, in the future council meetings, of what our plans are for this economic recovery, because it's important that we take it as a whole community effort and not just Columbus Consolidated Government.
Let me kind of address some of the things that she's talked about there. I got to give the credit where credit is due. A lady named Miss Charlie Mae Banks and also Mrs. Zelma Hennessy came to my business and asked me to help them. And I had no idea what they was talking about, but I sat down and I listened to them. And they informed me that the drug dealers had taken over their community and was basically selling drugs on their front porch and doorsteps, and they couldn't go outside of their home. And I told them this, that I would do the best thing I could do to try to help them. Just so happened, that was that Thursday, and that Sunday I saw a series on 60 Minutes that was showing a gentleman in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the people in that city and that town, how to take their community back. That's where this slogan, "Taking Back Our Community," came from. And I asked Dan Rather to get me in touch with that gentleman because I think he did the series that Sunday. And we got in touch with each other. We talked with each other, and I asked him to come to Columbus because I wanted to see could we implement this process here. And he did, under Chief Wolverton. And we also put together a crime prevention gang task force and a drug task force. And it made a big difference. What we're trying to do now is trying to take this garden and get to the problem before it becomes a problem. By getting to our young people and getting them hope, getting them educated so that they can become productive citizens instead of citizens that is causing problems within our community. We can build up all of the things that we want to build, but until we invest into areas that has been neglected and that have kids that do not have hope and cannot see the American dream, what are we doing? Everybody is a part of this city. And everyone has an opportunity to enjoy and should have the opportunity to enjoy this city. And this is what Around Columbus is all about. We need your help. I'll be going to Dothan next month to talk to Tuskegee. They're carrying me to Dothan so that I can meet, hopefully, with the mayor to get a letter saying how a garden in that community changed that community. People will be getting free vegetables and things that live within these communities. And they will have to come in the garden and pick them themselves. And if the children go out and pick them and basket them and have them there, then they will pay for them. When tourists come to our city, they can stop and get off the bus and come into the garden. And the kids will be learning how to become business people because they will be running their store themselves. So when they go into the class and the teacher start talking about math, then they can understand how this affects them now and how it would affect them on down the road. Some of the graduates that came through Turnaround Columbus have went on and opened up their own business. I have a young man now that is putting his business plan together. He came back to Columbus and he's working with Turnaround because he sees the success that he has had. So I'm asking you to consider this. And the question that you asked me is a very good question, but I can't answer that question. We've shown the numbers, so it have to be left up to the council.
So, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Tucker, to your question about stimulus, we will be coming to council once we are able to get more information regarding the American Recovery Plan. We are scheduled to get $79.5 million. We've got a staff stimulus or American Recovery Plan team working to, we're waiting on the treasurer to release more information, but they are the team that's working to pull together all of the allowable uses of those dollars. And once we get all of the allowable uses, then we will come to council and share with you what those uses are and kind of what we've got on our list and try and put that list in priority order. We do know we have a limited amount of information that revenue recovery we know is there, and sewer rehabilitation projects on that list coming from the treasurer, but beyond that we don't have a whole lot of information. And so we're waiting on direct information on when the first release of funding will be coming directly to us. So there's just a lot that we don't know, but we're trying to get it all together before we come to you. So once we know that, as soon as we know that, you'll hear from us. But we've got all eyes looking through departments. We've challenged department heads to watch what their state associations, national associations are saying and what they're doing and projects that are in their area of work, whether it's Parks and Rec or down the line, Public Works. because we don't want a missed opportunity on a project that would have been eligible, allowable, and we just didn't know it. And so and we've challenged them directly, and we've said to department heads, if there's a public works project or a Parks and Rec project, or whether it's in elections or wherever it is, and you don't get a project on the list that's related to your area that was an allowable expense, and then you learn afterwards that your other competing cities knew that and got them in, then shame on you. So we've got all eyes and ears open and looking, and once we get more information, we're going to compile that list. This is an awesome project that Mr. Buckner and Irene Shavers and Turnaround Columbus put together. We've got staff working to connect them with the vendor that we've identified for the farmers market, that we can connect them and let them have some conversation about what they're doing, trying to do at the farmers market, and what they are trying to do on this 10-acre site. So we are going to be looking at how, if there are opportunities for small business. That's something the mayor has been pushing really, really hard for small business in this money that's coming down. But certainly projects like what Mr. Buckner and Turnaround Columbus have brought forward, if there's an opportunity, then we want to have that on the list that you might consider. But want to thank Mr. Buckner and Turnaround Columbus for coming.
Well, we've got one more counselor, Counselor Thomas.
Mr. Buckner, thank you, and Dr. Shaver for coming today. As you were talking, I thought about, I don't know if you were here earlier in the meeting when Reverend Strickland from Truth Springs was here, but I heard him do a presentation some time ago. They're working with kids in the North Highland District. And one of the things that he said was, when they asked those kids what their ambition was, what did they want, if they could have anything, the vast majority of them said, I want a job. I want to be able to work. And I don't think that sentiment is restricted to the North Highland community. I think the kids in this area that are going to be impacted by this program that you're doing, they also want to work. They also want to contribute. And I think a lot of times some of our citizens paint everybody with the same brush. You know, oh, those kids are troublemakers and whatever. No, they're not. They need the kind of innovation that your project is providing so that they know what they can do and how they can do it. When you said Fort Valley State University is willing to offer a scholarship if you will go through this program, what a wonderful thing that is available for those kids in that community. And so I want us as a city, and Mr. City Manager, turn your hearing aid up. I want us as a city to provide whatever assistance we can to make sure that this project is a successful one. I was thinking, you don't want me to work in your garden because I have a brown thumb and even my plastic flowers die. So you don't want me to do that. But I can do other kinds of things for this. And I think, Mr. City Manager, when we get to the point, when Mr. Buckner gets to the point that he has vegetables for sale, let's put it on CCGTV. Go down there and buy them. Do whatever we can to support this project. And I believe that if we do that, the crime rate's going to go down. the dropout rate's going to go down. All of those kinds of things are going to be taken care of. And I know from several years, Mr. Buckner, how involved you have been and how close to your heart these kinds of actions have been. And I know that there are people in our community that wouldn't be where they are today if it were not for Turnaround Columbus and Ronzell Buckner. And so I want to particularly thank you for what you are doing in our community. And let's put out the word and get you as much help as we can so that this will be a very successful project and program. It's going to make a difference in the lives of so many people, kids and the community, that neighborhood, so thank you so much for what you're doing.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Buckner, Ms. Shaver, very quickly, just I applaud you going for that national plan because this is a very ambitious and incredible project. And we use the word transformational. I think this is one of those transformational projects. It has an opportunity to be because it has an opportunity to impact not just the citizens in that area, but the entire community and people who visit our community and are looking for unique and different places to go visit. So I think you've got a room full of fans. We just need to try to see to what level we can participate. And I would love to come volunteer one Saturday, maybe get out there. I don't mind digging in the dirt. I did that as a kid doing that stuff. So I'll get with you. I'd love to come help out.
That would make a big difference because our kids do not see the mayor that much of our city and our city officials. But when you come out and get involved with them, then they become a part of you and you become a part of them. And then you'll see we're living in different communities, but we're living in the same world. So I want to say this, is that this project is just not for South Columbus. If you have a child that goes to North Columbus or whatsoever school they go to, if they want to get that scholarship free for 4 years to be a veterinarian, to go into farming, agriculture, engineering, or whatever, come out and get involved in this farm. And we will lead you through to the president of these colleges, dean of these colleges, so you can talk to them and visit the colleges. So thank you so much. If there's no more questions, thank you so much for your time. And we'll be looking forward to seeing you and also hearing from you.
We do have one more question. Councilor Woodson.
Mr. Ronzell, can you please tell us how we can reach you or the public can reach you, and what hours are the farms open so that we can go participate, or people that's interested can come by and see what you're doing? Could you provide us with that information, please?
Yes, we can.
So our only paid employee besides the youth farm leaders is our garden manager, Sue Royer. She's there typically Tuesdays to Sundays from 8 to noon, but she doesn't have a set schedule yet. The young people are going to be working Saturdays and Sundays 8 to 10. They just work 4 hours a week. And then we run our Saturday program from 10 to 1 every Saturday, so we have our kids out there and any education volunteers. To get in contact with us, turnaroundcolumbus.com is our website. turnaroundcolumbus@gmail.com is the email, or info@turnaroundcolumbus.com. And the phone number, to give you a personal phone number, or I don't know it by heart.
My personal phone number is 706-442-8044. And on the website, there's a phone number plus applications if you want to come in to volunteer. Just follow the website instructions and you can sign up online. And we also have a Facebook page that you can basically do the same thing.
At
Yeah.
TAC.org, at TAC.org on Instagram and Facebook. But I would love to book, we're having Midtown. Midtown's going to help us. They've already promoted us to get some donations for, like, right now, you know, we need basic garden donations and boots for the kids to work in the garden. They promoted us. They're going to help us promote our agriculture products, but their board's going to come out and check out the farm. So we're scheduling a visit, and we can kind of curate that for you. I'd love to have the city council come out and look at it. By end of April, we should have about almost an acre in production, because Fort Valley State put in a half of that east field as orchard. So we have persimmons, probably 35 persimmons and around 45 blueberries, and probably around that of muscadine vines. And then we're going to plant some row crops and beans to build back up that soil, and we'll have a bunch of vegetables started at that time. So I would love to have you out there, and you can meet our kids. They're awesome. They're really great people, and meet our staff, group of volunteers. But yeah, stop by or come, you know, set up a formal time. We'd love to have you.
There is a phone number listed on your website. It's 706-940-2101.
Yeah.
So that.
Yeah, that's also our phone number. That
Okay.
goes to Miss Kitty Buckner.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll get a bunch of calls from folks sitting in this room right now to help out.
Yeah, and you can donate on the website. You can also do a volunteer inquiry. That email comes to me. If you go to info@Turnaround Columbus, that comes to me. And I'll respond to any of your requests.
All right.
But I encourage you also, I sent the whole package to Pam, and please look at the whole package of all the costing and all the renderings.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to have Rob Scott to talk about consolidated plan update.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here this morning to talk about the consolidated plan and the process. The Columbus, Georgia 5-year consolidated plan, or CON plan, as we call it for short, is mandated by federal law and regulations promulgated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in order for the city to receive federal funding for affordable housing and community development initiatives benefiting primarily low and moderate income persons. The HUD-CON plan consolidates into one single document the planning and applications requirement for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, or the Home Investment Partnership Program, what we so commonly call HOME. The city's HUD consolidated plan provides data on trends and conditions related to the city's current and future affordable housing and community development needs. The analysis of this data has been used to establish priorities, strategies, and actions that the city will undertake to address these needs over the next 5 years. Annually, the city will develop a HUD action plan in which we describe the planned investment of our federal resources to address the needs identified in the consolidated plan. Also annually, we will aggregate beneficiaries and expenditures to report on accomplishments and progress toward HUD consolidated plan goals. And this report is called the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, or what we call CAPER. So what is the HUD Consolidated Plan's purpose? The purpose of the Columbus Consolidated Government's HUD Consolidated Plan is to assess the city's affordable housing and community development needs. It analyzes the city's housing markets and articulates the city's priorities, goals, and strategies to address identified needs. And lastly, it describes the actions that the city will take to implement the strategies for affordable housing and community development. It consists of 6 sections: the executive summary, the process, needs assessment, market analysis, strategic plan, and the action plan. The executive summary, most like any executive summary in a high-level report, provides an overview of the HUD Consolidated Plan. It summarizes the needs of the community, infers on the drawn conclusions, and identifies our course of action in a complete but brief synopsis. It includes an introduction, a summary of the objectives and outcomes identified in the needs assessment overview, as well takes a brief look at past performance. The process acutely identifies how the Columbus Consolidated Government conducted the HUD Consolidated Planning process. It includes all parties and institutions who have participated in this development. And those things consist of stakeholder interviews, public needs hearings, public needs meetings, web-based citizen surveys, as well as consolidated plan public comment periods. The needs assessment section of the HUD Consolidated Plan is based on an analysis of housing problems across the Columbus Consolidated Government, usually by income level, among renters, owners, and households with special needs. It probably has about 9 different needs assessment components. And some of the things that it looks at are: what are the most common housing barriers? Are there any populations, household types more affected than others by some of the problems? Describes the characteristics and needs of low-income individuals and families with children who are currently housed but are at imminent risk of either residing in shelters or becoming unsheltered. Assess the racial or ethnic group that has disproportionately greater need in comparison to the needs of that category of need as a whole. It seeks to leverage point-in-time data. We just most recently heard Pat Frey from the United Way of the Chattahoochee Valley come and talk about the most recent point-in-time count that was conducted for our city. So a lot of that information will be housed in this plan as well. And it describes the jurisdiction's need for public improvements as well as for public services. The next section you will see is the market analysis. And the market analysis identifies the needs to preserve existing affordable housing opportunities while advancing efforts to create a diverse supply of additional affordable units. It identifies areas where households with multiple housing problems are concentrated. Looks at if there are any areas in a jurisdiction where racial or ethnic minorities or low-income families are concentrated. And it also takes a look at what are the characteristics of the market in these areas or neighborhoods. And here are the different sections of that market analysis section of the HUD Consolidated Plan. Next is the strategic plan. The strategic plan is based on an analysis of housing problems across the government, or the Columbus Consolidated Government, excuse me, by income level among renters, owners, and households with special needs. It talks about expansion of affordable housing opportunity, preservation of existing affordable housing units, ways to provide suitable living environments through safer, more livable neighborhoods, and with a greater integration of low and moderate income residents throughout the city, as well as looking to find ways or promote ways for these populations to get connected to long-term community viability. These are some of the sections of the strategic plan. And I addressed those earlier when I was talking about what the strategic plan is designed to do. After the creation or development of the strategic plan, annually, as I stated earlier, we summarize the activities for our action plan. So the con plan, or the HUD con plan, is a 5-year document, and the HUD action plan is an annual document where we outline how we will leverage the funding to address the things that we have identified within the consolidated plan. So the action plan provides the strategies, investment of resources to address the housing and community development needs, as well as address the barriers to fair housing. Here are the sections of the action plan, and those are available for you here. And once we submit the action plan, after the completion of the program year, HUD requires us to do the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or in short, we call it CAPER. So the CAPER is going to report on all the accomplishments and progress towards the con plan goals that have been identified in the annual action plan. Some of the things that it looks at racial and ethnic compositions of families assisted. It has goals and outcomes. It measures the goals of what we stated that we wish to accomplish in our action plan. And it also looks at CDBG, home accomplishments, things that we've done throughout that program year. Are there any questions about our HUD consolidated plan, the action plan, the CAPER, or anything that I've discussed with you this morning?
I see no questions. Excuse me, Councilor House.
Just one question. Are these someplace you want us to go read them, or you're in the process of developing them, and so you're going to come back with them?
The most recent consolidated plan can be found on our website, but if we need to make it available to you all, we're more than happy to make the most recent consolidated plan available.
Well, it's on the website. I can find it.
Yes, it is. If you go to the community reinvestment page,
Yeah.
There's a section called Plans and Reports, and I believe it's the first one, but it is the con plan, which governs, I want to say 16 through 21, or 17 through 21.
All right, thank you.
Yes, no problem.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, Ms. Scott, for that update. We've got two more if there are no other questions.
Councilor Tucker has a question.
I just wanted to thank you, City Manager Hughley, for bringing this up, because I was the individual that wanted to know more information about our consolidated plan, and I appreciate this information, and I will be reaching out to the director to get just some more information about the plan, and I know you'll be having some community meetings and things like that. So, but thank you for this presentation today.
Sure. So, Mr. Mayor, our final two topics are very, very important. So they're last but not least. The T-Splost update. Rick Jones, our planning director, is going to come with that, and then he's going to be followed by Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge with the Splost update. So, Ms. Rick Jones.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, what we want to try to bring to you is an update about the 2022 TIA or T-Splosh. Those two acronyms are really interchangeable. The first one is the Tax Investment Act, Transportation Investment Act. I got my acronyms messed up. The Transportation Investment Act, which was done back in 2010, and it's also been called the T-Splosh, which is that Transportation Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, which is a mouthful to say. But we're in the process now of looking at doing another T-Splosh or TIA program here in 22, and I want to share that with you this morning, what we're talking about. let me also preface my remarks by saying this to you. The T-Splosh, the TIA funding that we get is far more amenable, usable, easier, if you want to say it that way, because of the fact that there's not a whole lot of regulation that comes with it. There are some regulation, now don't get me wrong, but when you're dealing with this, when you verse against federal dollars we look at, we're cutting years off of time in terms of projects. Case in point, the one that's out there right now is under construction is the diversified diming at Interstate and Buena Vista Road. If we had left it into our regular transportation programming for funding, we still would be talking about that project. That is no lie. We would still be talking about it because of the funding and the regulations that go with it on that. Let me give you a brief history here on this. Back in 2010, like I said, the legislature approved this act. I believe at the time, Van Smith was part of this deal and putting this action together for us on that, so that it allowed regions basically to come together and basically impose a 1% sales tax on themselves for transportation needs. In 2011, the River Valley Regional Roundtable came together and identified projects much like we're going to do again here very soon, with the understanding that 75% of that money that's raised goes toward actual projects, and the other 25% is set aside for discretionary items and so forth. The election was held, I got on here in November. Actually, looking back at my records this morning, the election was held back in July of 2012. And looking at the numbers also, 54% of the folks in the region actually voted in favor of this action go forward, with a majority of that vote coming from the Columbus area in terms of all that. 2013, the work actually began on 8 projects in Columbus itself, with the US 27 Custer Road being the first. And then in 2021, I want to let you know that 5 of those 8 projects have now been completed, or in one case it's ongoing. That would be with Metra. The other 3 are actually either under design or in construction from that standpoint, that being the Spiderweb, which is almost ready to go out to bid. The diversified diming, which mentioned at Interstate and 185, is actually under construction, and we are still working on design and negotiations in terms of dealing with right-of-way for the one down at Ocasita and 185 for that proposed new interchange itself. I want to give you an idea of what you're looking at here. There are really, right now, there are 4 TIA regions throughout the state. When the election was held back in 2012, only River Valley, Central Savannah, and Heart of Georgia actually voted for this kind of TIA program itself. The Southern Georgia Regional Commission, or regional area really, voted for their TIA back in 2018. You get an idea here from the listing of the number of projects, the amount of money that comes in each one of these areas based on that as well. I want to share with you also these are your neighbors now, and this is important because there are 16 counties in the River Valley regional area. Involved with all this is, you can see here why they're your neighbors is because all of us have to come together as a region here to determine what that listing of projects is going to be for the region, for it to go out to vote and so forth. And so really, if you want to see your projects get the support of the other other counties in the region itself, and that's so vital to us more than anything else from that standpoint. Again, these are our neighbors here and the ones we have to work with to develop that list when it's all said. The regional roundtable itself can consist of 32 members. Each of them we have 2 from every county. Mayor Henderson and Councilor Judy Thomas is our representative on that committee. Is from that. There's an executive committee that comes out of those 32 members, which consists of 8 members. 5 of those elected from the roundtable. Mayor Henderson is one of those members. There are 2 members from the House of Representatives, and there's a senator from the regional delegation itself that sits in those meetings. This is a timeline that we're working on now for the next go-around, for the next election of 2022 TIA or T-SPLOST projects. May 31st, we have to submit our proposed project we'd like to see happen in the next election. And I'll tell you now, and I'm going to show you this. I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want to show them to you, though. We've got well over 40, maybe 50 projects right now. And I'm going to show you also that the basis of the money we're going to have budget-wise. I'm going to go ahead and give you fair warning now. Not all of those projects will get funded. We got to determine, staff, and with your help as well, it's got to determine what is our priority on which projects we want to see go forward and which ones we think will actually be funded and beneficial to the region. On by October of this year, the roundtable will convene and select the final regional project. They'll finalize that list for the promotion of the projects themselves. And then on May of next year, this time next year, we will have had an election, and we will determine about whether we want to go forward. We get to go forward with that list or not, based on the voters' decision here in terms of the projects itself and happening. These are generally the guidelines or principles, the guideline principles rather, that the roundtable has established, that the investment list is developed with a focus on deliverability, meaning that we're not talking about things that may be, my terminology, not theirs, pie in the sky type stuff. It has to be based on reality. In some cases, they're looking for actual projects rather that have either been designed or in the mode of being designed itself from that standpoint. The projects themselves, they look for projects that actually are from existing plans or studies, such as GDOT's work program, our own MPO long-range plans or short-range work program, county transportation. In other words, it's got to be something. It's got to be based on reality here. In fact, about something that can really happen here more than anything else. It's got to be consistent with the statewide strategic transportation plan and the MPO plans, if applicable here. So that's what we're looking from that. And then the investment list encourages effective multimodal solutions that appeal to a broad spectrum of the region's citizens. That's what we're looking for is, or at least really that the roundtable will be looking for, are projects they feel like are going to be deliverable, that are realistic, and will benefit the region as a whole more than anything else. This is the budget process, or at least what the budget that's been proposed right now from the state itself. You can see that the little footnote here. This is really a draft until the state fiscal economist says so. Looking at what they're talking about, this $641 million over the next 10 years that could be available to us. Keep in mind now, 25% of that money is automatically set aside for discretionary needs. So that you take that $160 million off that and go from that. GDOT also takes a slice of the pie here, almost $20 million, well, a little over $19 million, I guess, in terms of what they need for administrative costs as well, in terms of monitoring the programs and so forth. They factored in here a reduction to an inflation factor, a reduction rather, about 3% involved with that. So they give a value now of $385,524,189.26 that they think will be available for projects when the project list is put together.
Rick, excuse me, Councilor Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jones, the 160 million local discretionary, 25%, that's for the entire 16-county region. It's
Yep.
not just for Muskogee County.
No,
Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the entire region.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want folks thinking we were going to get 160.
Thank you. That's a good clarification. No.
Okay.
I think if you were to go back and look at the minutes of the meetings that we've had over the years, dealing with the citizens advisory group, and we're dealing with the roundtable, you will find that my name is probably highlighted in there as being one of the biggest opponents or critics in terms of the budget that they present to us. The budget that, if I can have my slide back up here, yeah, the budget they're showing now, this $385,000 is just a little bit less than what they had, I think I'm telling you right, proposed back in 2010 for the region. The problem I have with it is, and you can look at because the city manager gets, and he shares it with us as well, that was actually being collected on a monthly basis. We're somewhere between 13 and 15% behind that projection. And I keep asking them to make sure that the numbers that they're showing us really reflect or give us a real solid basis for us to make determination what projects need to go forward or come forward. So I'm a little bit cautious about that number. in terms of what it's showing us, but just know that that's what we're looking at. That 385,000, just like Councilor Thomas has raised the issue about, it's got to be shared with our neighbors here, the other 15 counties, in terms of what projects they may or may not have to present to us.
Yeah, and it's 385 million, not thousand. Okay?
I'm sorry, thank you. 385 million. It's got to be shared with the other 15 counties as well, involved with all that. When you're looking at how you're going to go about sharing that money, they've decided that these are the criteria that it's going to be met. Roadway capital, for instance, things like building the Spiderweb project itself, that would fall up underneath that. 50 to 70% of that money is talked about being set aside for those kind of projects. There's also here money set aside for transit capital, and there's also money set aside for transit operation. There are two separate items here. One, of course, is buying the buses and so forth, and then the other is the operations and maintenance of a transit system, much like we're doing now with Metro. They're using some of that $22.2 million they're getting now to help offset some of their costs with operation and maintenance. Things like safety, traffic operations here. Safety's got between 15 and 30%. That money is supposed to be looked at being possibly set aside. Traffic operations, non-motorized bike pedestrians. These are trail systems, things of that nature. 0 to 5. Freight and logistics is 2 to 10. Aviation is another 0 to 5. Then roadway and bridge maintenance is 0 to 5 itself. These are all important factors. And I say this for you to understand that if we don't have a project that meets roadway capital, we may be able to fit it up under safety. In other words, if we're tight on money when it's all said and done from the other projects here in the region, we may be able to take that whatever project we got and place it under that safety area and work on getting some funding from that standpoint itself on that. I'm going to walk you real quick through this because it's lateness in the afternoon here, but we've broken out all the projects that we have received with the exception of the ones we received yesterday afternoon from Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go back and massage those and put them into these spreadsheets as well. But I want to show you this is what we're looking at under roadway capital. And these are projects like the Casita Road widening, which is really running now from the new roundabout to 10th, Whitesville Road widening out there, Buena Vista Road corridor, which would take the rest of the from the Ilges area on out to Winton, Williams Road widening, which is we already have the right-of-way in place, and the designs there. It's just a matter of putting that into action. Forest Road widening, looking at that from Macon on into Woodruff and so forth from that. That's a project we've been talking about for some time that we just need to have some fruition about on that. Other projects like the County Line, Mahaffey Road, the Central Church Road, that's one we've been talking about. We got a resolution from you sometime back about 4 or 5 months ago because we have potential large development that's going to happen in Harris County that could affect the County Line Road, Mahaffey interchange area itself. That project could benefit both Muskogee and Harris. That's one of the reasons on there. Buena Vista Road improvements is actually improving that overall roadway that runs really from Buena Vista back down to Casita Road itself there. Lynch Road, Manchester Expressway. That was put on there. That's a suggestion. That's something that probably needs a lot more conversation about, but just know it's on there. Council House, you're right, Interstate 14 was put on here, but understand we can't do studies with it. And because of the limited amount of money we got, we really can't, wish we could, I guess, but we just can't do anything with that. So just do know that we did take seriously your request on that. Old Double Churches Road is basically a small road that needs to be looked at from that. Ilges Road, Rigdon Road improvements, making that roadway from the Spiderweb area itself and dressing it up and improving the overall quality of that road. That's on the list as well. Andrews Road improvements, and then Morris Road improvements. All of those on here have been added, but we have not done the cost analysis on them yet, projected cost analysis of what we think it will take. Under transit capital here, we've been asked to look at electric buses. And you can see there's like 12 on this list here. I think this is being very proactive on Metro's part in terms of understanding what they allow for this to happen. And so that's on the list. golf cart trams, using of trams to shuttle folks in the uptown area. Let me stop myself here real quick. You need to understand too, on the transit side of this, we stand a very good chance in the region in terms of getting what we need, because there really isn't anybody else that's running a transit service in the region, not to the degree we are right now anyway. So these have some real possibilities of happening more than anything else. The under transit operations and maintenance here, we got to have maintenance fleet technicians to maintain the electric buses, the maintenance and renovation of the buildings out there, transfer center expansion and renovation, then having charging stations for those buses is vital as well. So all those things are on the list, as well as the new drivers and electric vehicles, charging stations and so forth. See what the actual projected cost would be on that in dealing from that standpoint. Safety, this is what I'm saying, if we don't get a project under road transportation or general traffic improvements, we can probably take it under safety. We've done that with Steam Mill Road in terms of making that overall improvement to that roadway from Buena Vista all the way out to the end of that, and looking at it going from 2 to 3 lanes with that. Second Avenue streetscape is the one we just got through doing a
Rick,
study.
I apologize for interrupting you before you get too far down the road. I missed Councilor Woodson a moment ago. She has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Rick. How are you? Thank you. Rick, I wanted to ask a question. I don't know if it's inappropriate here or not, but in the transit capital, can we add, or is it part of it, or it cannot be added, the shelters at the bus stations, you know, the cover over them? Because we have the bus stop there. We just have a bench, or just have the bus stop. And sometimes you have elderly people, you have people on handicap, and it's grass or it's gravel. Is there anything that this can be used to make those improvements and make those possible? I do know that our transit department, Rose, I know Rose have been working on it, and as they get an opportunity to get one, they're placing them in different places. But if that could be a part of that, I think the citizens will really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. We can certainly add that as a project, a line item here. There shouldn't be a problem with doing that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, ma'am. That's quite all right. All right, we can go back to the presentation one more time here. Talking about safety here, though, this South Lumpkin Road is on here as well in terms of the streetscapes for that, and then some improvements to Double Churches Road would also be on here. As these are all safety projects, we can identify them as needs for improvements. In many cases, we added curb and gutter and sidewalks to these, which is a desperate need in some cases for these projects and that. Traffic operations is actually moving the traffic, improving the flow and so forth. Schaumburg Road, J.R. Allen Parkway, and Schaumburg at the Blackman Road connector. In fact, those top 3, the one at US 80 and Blackman and so forth, all came out of the recent J.R. Allen study, trying to make those improvements there. A roundabout at 13th and 17th and Linwood Boulevard is proposed. Flat Rock at Chautauqua Road, constructing a roundabout, and then the proposal, I think, we had come into us recently is the Edgewood and Clubview about having a roundabout in that area as well. There's a couple on here we haven't identified, again, the cost on them. Improving the entranceways to basically to the Civic Center off of Victory and off of Lumpkin Boulevard. We're going to work on looking to see what the cost would be for doing that in terms of providing streetscapes and whatnot for that. And then the same thing about looking at Martin Luther King and Shepherd Drive about potential creating a roundabout at that point as well. Just got to figure out the cost on those right now. These are non-motorized improvements, again, bike and pedestrian type things. The doing streetscape enhancement around the Liberty Theater block area itself. Proposing, setting aside money for sidewalks and so forth throughout the community, almost about 23 miles worth. Introducing road shadows and bike lanes on various roads throughout the community as well. In doing that, that's not actually building a new multi-use trail, but actually providing more or less the shadows and bike lanes on the roadways themselves. multi-use trails along various roadways in the community as a whole from that standpoint. Bradley Park Drive Complete Streets project is on the list. Mobley Road Complete Streets is also there as well. The resurfacing of the Columbus Riverwalk has been proposed as a project. We just don't have an actual cost on that right now. We'll have to find that for us. The Dinglewood Lake Bottom Connector, this comes primarily, I believe, from the Dragonfly group on that and asking us how we can help in that regard. Same thing about the River Road Connector and the Fifth Avenue Connector itself with all these projects from that in terms of how we make that happen on that. There are a couple of other ambitious projects on here that this again comes from Dragonfly. The Bull Creek Connector, which is really running along Bull Creek itself, and providing a multi-use trail. The same thing could be said for Cooper Creek. So looking at that. And then the other one on there is the trail that will run back up into Harris County from Muskogee County, again, to allow for more bike, pedestrian activity and so forth, and going from there. There is nothing, we have not got anything really proposed right now for freight and logistics. That's something we may have to think about a little bit harder about where we want to go with that. We won't miss that opportunity, but we need to look at that as well. Columbus Metro Airport has proposed extension of the runway. As you recall now, in that list I shared with you earlier, there's a line item for airport improvements or aviation improvements. They want to look at possibly extending the runway to support cargo services for the community. They think there's a big market for that, and they want to look at that possibility of that happening. And then there's this roadway and bridge maintenance. The one we have on right now is Broadway in terms of dealing with the brick pavers down there. We got to do some coordination because there may be some other improvements or other construction ideas that are going on at the same time, but that's something we have added to the list as well.
Rick, excuse me, Councilor Woodson.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Rick, on this Broadway, on the bricks on here, brick pavement, is that like throughout the whole historic district where
Yes, ma'am.
near Uptown where there are a lot of bricks that are caved in and missing and
Correct.
it's so hard to drive through?
Yeah, that's the idea of looking at that, what it would take. That may, I'm not sure. If you see it's down there to be determined in terms of the cost and what's going to happen. As I tried to allude to, there may be some other activities going on down there that in terms of some work that we may have to coordinate. So we don't put something, if we had the money, we don't put the bricks in and have to come back and take them out later on. So we're looking at that. That would be something like as in any project, we'd have to coordinate that activity together on that. Okay.
Okay, I'm very interested in that because it is in really bad condition and it is something where
Yes, ma'am.
it's a place where everybody, our tourism comes and visits and goes through to see the homes, or even ourselves, if we have family members, we usually take them down there to look at the beautiful homes and to be in those, that dip on the brick, and it's in bad shape. It really is. It needs some help. Thank you for putting it on there.
Thank you. Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jones, are all of the projects from the J.R. Allen study on this list?
I'm
I know
sorry.
there were a number of projects
Yes.
recommended from the J.R. Allen study. Are they all on this list?
Not all of them. The ones that we thought we could bring forward right now. We can go back and look at them again in terms of if you think there's one we missed. I mean, there was quite a litany
I know.
of
It's a long list.
and we could basically take that 300 million or 385 million and do it on J.R. Allen. We thought these were ones that were really key to make improvements now, particularly ones on Blackman, in terms of dealing with the school traffic out there in the afternoons and mornings. We believe we can handle that, and there may be some others we can capture as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Rick, just out of curiosity, we had talked some time ago about the increasing development over on 13th.
Yes, sir.
Cotton companies, and then also some development that's occurring to the east side of Veterans. We talked about pedestrian improvements, maybe crosswalks, something like that. I don't know if something like that would fit into the T-SPLOST funding, but just to provide a safe way to access the north side of 13th and the east side of Veterans.
And again, it's not my fallback position, but I guess, but we can take that and look at it again. I mean, this is the list we have today that we're working on and trying to make something happen. If we think we missed something or whatever,
I'm just raising it to make sure it would fit in there. We'll get it to you, and along with a few other things, just for consideration.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mayor, we want to say that this is the list. Today, we've been talking over the last few meetings and months about bringing things forward for this list, and I know that Director Jones may mention what Mayor Pro Tem Allen, I saw his email yesterday, and I was like, why didn't I think of this, you know? But he sent a list of things that, I mean, really make sense. And I don't know if you're going to mention them, but I just pulled up the email. But something we deal with all the time. But the Mayor Pro Tem sent a list of roads that were initially paved as rural roadways. And he mentioned since consolidation, they've been maintained as rural roadways with traffic increasing over the years as Columbus began to grow. And, you know, with truck traffic and all of everything going on. But he sent that list of roads: Schaumburg Road, Hancock Road, Blackman Road, Pierce Chapel Road, Warren Springs Road, County Line Road, Midland Road, McKee Road, Fulton Road, Jenkins Road, Lynch Road, Macon Road to Matthews Elementary School, Garrett Road, Mahaffey Road to Yarborough Road. But all of these, he specified the stretch of road where he's talking about, like Schaumburg Road, Warren Springs Road to Hancock Road. But those are excellent roadways and an excellent catch or thought to get them on this list. Because we have an opportunity, as you saw that list, just think if we could get all those things funded on T-SPLOS, what it would do for our transportation network system in this county. You know, it would just... who are listening, watching this meeting, if you can think of some things that should be considered on this list, you need to let us know. Time is running out. And so we don't want to come back after May 31st when the list has already been submitted, you know, trying to get things on the list. It will be too late. So please help us.
Let me give you some final thoughts here before I walk away here. The idea that the election is scheduled, as I said, for March of 2022. So as the city manager has stressed to you the importance of knowing what that list is going to look like, because we have to get it in by May 31st of this year for it to be considered. I got to tell you, when we sat down in 2011 and decided on these projects, there wasn't, I don't want to call it horse trading, but there was awful lot of negotiations going on between us and the other counties to make sure that Columbus was well represented in terms of getting our fair share of the money, because we really are the main emphasis in this region. There's no getting around that. But you need to understand also, this is an all or nothing election on March of 22. It's a simple 51%, 50 plus 1%, however you want to say it. It's all that's needed. Well, I'll give you an example. In 2012, Harris voted against the TIA, or T-SPLOS. The county went against it. So sorry, they are all part of the deal now when it's all said and done. No county can really opt out of this whole process. If we wanted to say today we don't like the T-SPLOS or whatever, we're not going to participate, they're still going to go forward. If it passes, we're still involved with that 1 cent sales tax increase on us. So no county or local government can opt out. There's a kind of a carrot stick approach here. It's also put in legislation. if we approve the referendum, the region as a whole approves the referendum, the new 1% sales tax goes into effect July of next year. From that, if the voters approve the tax, cities and counties may only have to provide a 10% match for the money we get from GDOT, which is known as this local maintenance and improvement grant. From that standpoint, we get right now roughly a little over $2 million we get on that.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
January 1st of 23 is when it will start?
You sure? Okay, because when I was reading the legislation, it said 80 days after the election. I'm sorry.
Has to wait until the other one ends.
Okay.
So please make that correction.
Okay. I'll go with them on that because they know more than I do on that part. So, okay, so we're looking at January of 23 then for that to go into effect.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Right. The old one goes off in 22. Involved with that. So by that time, the new one rolls on. I understand that what we're saying now. Okay. Should the voters reject the referendum itself, every local government will have to provide 30% match for that LMIG money. That's part of the carrot stick approach. The other part of that is there's no roundtable agreement. In other words, the roundtable comes together in October and they can't decide on the list, don't want a list or whatever. What happens is then the match goes to 50% for LMIG money. That may not sound like much to anybody else, but to Columbus, that has some real ramifications. That's the whole part of this process in dealing with it. And then last but not least, here's the timetable one more time for you. As I said from my very beginning on this meeting, this is the easiest money we can get for transportation needs. Everything else that we get either from the federal or the state itself comes with a lot of hooks and comes with a lot of regulations that we have to meet. And it extends that timeline for a project to normally what I consider about a 7-year process for some projects. And that's on good days when things happen.
Rick, excuse me, Councilor Woodson.
Rick, can those cameras or machines that say how fast you're speeding that we discussed a couple weeks ago for neighborhoods where, they're speeding, we were talking about the flashing lights, the cameras, can that be put on this or
Yes.
no?
Yes, ma'am. The only stipulation about using these funds is what the name implies. It has to be for transportation needs.
Well, wouldn't that be considered transportation when people
yes,
are
ma'am,
driving down the streets like a madman?
I apologize. If we're talking about things that monitor your speed or things of that, yes, that could be a safety item that we could set aside for that. I don't. Again, you've got to look at the impact of the project itself, what it's going to have on the community overall, and then what the importance is going to be to the region itself. Some of those kind of projects may be able to be funded through our discretionary fund we would receive. I don't know. But I'm just saying if we don't do it as a set-aside project, it certainly could be funded out of discretionary or other funding opportunities.
Isaiah, can you follow up on that? We're getting a lot of echo when he's talking. But I'm just thinking that if we can get some funding to do that, I'm not sure if it was Pam that did the presentation or who did it, or it was you that mentioned it about, when we were having the problems, we're still having them.
Yeah, we are
with the
currently
speeding.
purchasing some of those. We're doing that now, but what the planning director was saying, that we will either get them under the safety category or we will get them out of the discretionary money that we will get in addition to, along with the T-SPLOST money.
Oh, okay then, thank you.
Councilor Thomas.
I'm trying to think.
Mr. Jones, one of the things that I think was a misconception by some of our voters the last time was when you said this is an all or nothing vote, that means I can't vote to say, I want you to improve Schaumburg Road, but I don't want,
Right.
Dragonfly Trail or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
It's all one deal. And once our list is completed and approved by the roundtable, Harris County, for example, you said their voters turned it down last time. But because the other 15 counties passed it, Harris County is still subject to the tax,
Right.
and they still get their money out of it. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct, exactly. And they're still getting projects out of that as well because of that sales tax. The widening of State Route, I think it's 315, which is really River, goes up into Harris. That was a project. The one project that's really not necessarily on Columbus's list, but is attributed to Harris County, is the widening of Veterans, which is US 27, which goes up into Catala and so forth. That's a Harris County project, but they're going to benefit from that as well. And that project is still ongoing. And in fact, they're getting ready to have another public, or they have had another virtual public meeting on that. But that project's going forward. They're deriving benefits from this. It's not like they lost just because they turned it down, they lost their projects. No, their projects are still going forward.
The other thing that we get discretionary funds that are expendable at the discretion of Muskogee County.
Correct.
Can you give a couple of examples of what we've used this discretionary money for over the last several years?
I'm drawing a blank right now, but I just know we've done some improvements to the roadways themselves. That may be paving, it may be installation of guardrails.
But those are projects that do not have to be approved by
Right.
the roundtable, correct?
You want to give a better example like that?
We did Benning Drive Bridge, Morris Road Bridge, Clarendon. We've done a portion of MLK Trail out of discretionary funds. So I can provide a report.
I was just curious about some of the kinds of things that we have been able to do with the discretionary money that did not have to go through the roundtable approval process.
Yes, ma'am. And resurfacing is another one. It's about $2.5 million a year. So over the 10-year period is $25 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Was there anything else for you?
I'm through.
Mayor, if there are no additional questions, we'll go to the special purpose local option sales tax, which is Muskogee County.
That's it.
All right. Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge will cover that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is just an update on the special purpose local option sales tax. Back in July of 2019, Council recognized the need for improvements, replacement of the government center, and so there was a resolution issued for the intent to pursue a SPLOST, and at that time it was slated for November of 2020. Of course, the government center is just an aging building. We are addressing the fire safety improvements that need to be made just to make that building safe for citizens and employees. But we have been working on developing a plan for the replacement, rehabilitation of the government center along with other projects in order to address those major issues for that building. Council did postpone this SPLOST from November 2020 to November 2021. This is the current timeline for the 2021 SPLOST. We are currently reviewing those options, the government center and how COVID, the pandemic, has impacted those options and that assessment. We'll be having virtual public meetings in May and June with a council presentation in July for a council resolution at the end of July in order to meet the call for election August the 3rd. The Muskogee County tax rates, if a SPLOST were approved on November 2nd of 2021, the current rate is 8%. That includes the state's 4% sales tax, lost of 1%, O-lost of 1%, the E-SPLOST of 1%, and the current T-SPLOST is 1%. In April of 2022, if a SPLOST was approved, it would go to 9% for a period of time. Dependent upon the results of the March 2022 election, it could remain 9% come January of 2023 or revert back to 8%. So it would be a temporary 9% for 9 months, and depending on the results of a T-SPLOST vote, it could stay at 9% in January of 2023. This is just a history of the sales tax in Muskogee County. The lost and the O-lost are both permanent sales tax. The E-SPLOST, which is done by the school district, they've had 5 different E-SPLOST for projects at the school district. The city has had 2 SPLOST over time, one in '93 and another one in 2000. And then the T-SPLOST, which is a regional T-SPLOST that impacts Muskogee County. Just a refresher on the government center options that are being evaluated. Option 1 is the existing site, a complete renovation of the tower with an addition. This would be a renovation of the existing tower, demolition of the wings, and then construction of an addition. Option 2 is the existing site, and this would be a complete new complex on the existing site that would be demolishing those facilities that are currently there and constructing new government and judicial center on the existing site. Option 3 is both existing and new site. This would include a new judicial center on the existing site and the administrative functions on another site, a new site, demolishing those existing facilities, construction of a new center, judicial center, and then construction of an administration building on a new site. And option 4 is just a new complex on a new site. This would be constructing both a new judicial and administrative complex on another site. What we're doing and have been doing over this last year is meeting with key departments and offices in the government center. There are several new elected officials that took office in January, so it's reassessing what was done by prior administrations in those offices to determine not only what their needs are as a newly elected official, but also what the impact of the COVID pandemic has been on their future space requirements. Reviewing all of that with the consultants. They've been participating with us on those assessments and seeing how that makes changes to the existing space needs assessment that they have been doing, as well as developing that proposed project list for council's consideration. That will be coming back to council relatively soon as we move forward to meet the November 2021 timeline. And at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Doesn't appear to be any, Pam.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes my agenda for today.
Oh, hang on, we do have one. Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Is there going to be other items on this special ballot?
Yes.
What, do we know what they are?
I think that'll be determined by the virtual meetings going out to the public and by recommendations from department heads, and then it comes back to council to approve the list that goes on the SPLOST.
No, I'm talking about, okay, so we have the SPLOST on a special ballot November 2021. Is that going to be the only thing on this ballot, or are there going to be other ballots? I know that there's there's an election to replace Mike Edmondson's position. Is that going to be on this November ballot? Or
No,
is that?
that's a June special election.
Right, so.
For that. And, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm getting at is the cost that is entailed with having a special election. I mean, it seems like we, shouldn't we be combining it? Maybe have it, it's crazy for us to all go to the polls for a ballot that has one item on it. I mean, it seems like we should be combining the special election for the school board with this so that there's several items together to save money, to save people, the citizens' time of going out to vote. Is there any way that we can combine these?
I would have to yield to the city attorney. I don't know the rules for special elections for school district, school board, but what I do know is that there is no way we could move this one to June because, it just can't happen based on the calendar that you saw and the call for an election and going out and getting citizen support and all that. But I don't know if they are able to move their special election in June to November. That's a city attorney question.
No, they can't move theirs at this point. It's been called for under their rules, which are separate from the city's on a special election to fill a vacancy. So that is all set and will happen in June. Now, the SPLOST itself, that could be a different date, but that's up to this group, this body to determine. There will be primaries and other elections in 2022, so.
Election or some.
Well, you'll have the city council school district mayoral election in May of 2022.
Can we put it on that? I think we'd have a better chance of getting more people on to vote on it if it's combined with some other items.
Well, I could give you my opinion, in which I don't want
Well, I'm
to do.
asking for your opinion because I'm gathering information now.
Well,
legally, that can be done. It's just a matter of policy whether this group wants to do that.
Well, what we could do is come back with the different options and the pros and cons of each one of those options and share it with council.
Okay. I'd
Well,
like to.
and I think we have to remember, I mean, certainly as the mayor said, we can come back, but, we had, we worked through a potential conflict with the River Valley Regional Commission and all of the counties on the T-SPLOST. They actually wanted to do it in this year, but we didn't want them in the same year, and they opted for 2022, and we said that we would move ours from last year because of the pandemic to November 2021. And we've got to think about the potential conflict and confusion it could cause if you start moving this one. You saw all those lists of projects that we said what they would do for Columbus, Muskogee. I really would like to see those things happen. I know you would too. But when we start moving this into 2022 and theirs is in 2022, it could create a lot of confusion.
Would theirs be November of 2022 or
Yes.
would theirs be May of 2022?
It's scheduled to be,
I think it's set for March.
March of 2022.
Oh, March of 2022.
So, I mean,
Why do we do that?
you
Why do we
really,
have all these different elections? Why don't we just
Well-
have primaries and then, May and November? you know, if you want something to put in all these special ballots, it's crazy.
So, and I understand, but I really recommend, since we announced it way last year that it's going to be November 2021, I recommend we stick to what we have worked towards, you know. We've got
Okay.
timelines in place, and then there's a lot of opportunity on the table that we could create confusion if we don't stick to the
Well, and
schedule.
I agree. I mean, the longer we take to make this decision, you know, there's more items that need to be fixed in the government center, and we're
Yeah.
spending millions of dollars doing something to a building that
That's right.
it might be torn down.
That's right.
And that's,
We know, yeah.
that just,
But
I have a problem with that.
But you know, but again, those things, especially the T-Splosh and Splosh, will start running into each other, and we just kind of want to keep them separate. But we really need, you know, the T-Splosh money would do a lot for this county, and so I recommend we stay the course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Thomas?
I had some of the same concerns that Councilor Crabb had. Right now, given the current election schedule, I happen to live in the school district that's having this special election. So I have in the next year or so, I'll vote in June for the special election school board member. I'll vote in November of 21 for the SPLOST. I'll vote in March of 22 for the T-SPLOST. I'll vote in May of 22 for the primary, and I'll vote in November of 22 for the general election. I will do that. I will go and vote at each one of those. But I'm afraid we're going to have some voters who say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to vote that many times in, you know, that short a period of time. It would seem to me that this November, if the only thing on the November 2021 ballot is the SPLOST, and the only thing on the March ballot 22 is the T-SPLOST, that those two elections could be combined. They are somewhat the same subject. They are both a special tax. It's 4 months from November to March. I think we can deal with that. I really would like for us to take a hard look at that and see if there's not something we can do to pull that down. Originally, the T-SPLOST was scheduled for May. And somebody at the state level, I believe it was, moved all of those elections to March with little or no input from the local governments that have to deal with this. But I don't want anybody to have the excuse, you're asking me to vote too many times in the next year and a half. So I really would request, Mr. Mayor, that we take a look at perhaps putting this SPLOST on the same ballot with the T-SPLOST. We don't have control over the school district election, the T-SPLOST election, the primary election, or the general election. We do have control over when the SPLOST election would be. And I really think we need to take a hard look at that. I'm not sure how much, I don't recall, and maybe somebody else does, how much an election cost us. But I do know that Elections Director Boren has said just the cost of the paper for the election because of the bill that was passed in the legislature last week is doubled. I don't know.
Well,
I just am concerned that we're going to defeat our purpose of getting what's out there.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
So you all may recall that there was this big discussion. And I know the mayor, I believe, took a position that with the T-SPLOS people, that if they interfered, if their date was going to be when we had planned to go out, which it was, that I believe they were told that we would have to, we wouldn't be able to ask the people for both at the same time to vote, that we would have to support ours and not support theirs, but we would turn a list in. Mayor, I believe, I don't want to speak for you.
That's correct.
And so you went to them and you were really honest with them and straightforward. Don't mess with our, when we here's a date, and if you have yours the same time, that I believe you indicated that as mayor and that you would have to not support them. But we would turn in a list. And that is why they changed their date, because of what you, Mayor, the position that was taken. And so, and now that they did yield and say, we won't conflict with when Columbus is going to do it, here's when we'll do it. And then to come back and say, well, now we change our mind. So, Mayor, that's what I recall.
That's accurate. That's accurate. And that came through discussions with this council as the best way to try to.
Well, and Mr. City Manager, a lot has changed in the period of time since we did that. The T-SPLOS, when they changed it to May. And now someone from the state, as I understand it, has changed all of those elections to March. I don't think our River Valley group made that change to March. That was a state move. All I'm asking is let's take a look at it and make sure that that's still what we want to do, given the election schedule, given the cost of elections these days, all of that kind of stuff. I'm not asking to change it. I'm saying let's look at it and make sure one more time that this is what we want to do.
We can do that. We'll take a look at it and then we'll come back with a recommendation.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and Council, I just I want to bring something up that hasn't been talked about today, but look, I really don't want us to get blindsided and miss the opportunity because we can't plan, or we're not able to plan, or should I say strategically plan. But just keep in mind, Friday there's going to be a big announcement, supposedly, we don't know what it is, unveiling of, quote, a infrastructure package coming out of Washington. I guess my point is, Glenn, well, what are you trying to say? My point is that, we're talking about this stuff today. There's just some stuff dealing with state, local levels, regional levels, and what we're trying to handle, but there's going to be some national matters that are coming out at the same time. So you got all these moving parts, whether a huge infrastructure package somebody's got to pay for, and locally the issues that we're talking about somebody's got to pay for, but all of this is the same, kind of the same stuff. Now, I know how the T-SPLOS works, and, a lot of us had concerns before that once you put that list down, it's pretty much in concrete. It's etched in concrete and you can't change from it. And I guess what I'm concerned about in looking at all this stuff, the moving parts, is that we're not going to have the opportunity to coordinate and strategically plan all this, and we may miss out on some opportunities or not take advantage of some of these opportunities that are all going to coincide and kind of come together at the same time. And we're all talking about the same stuff, but kind of which pot is it going to come out of? There's a lot of stuff that's moving right now under the auspices of funding. Whether it's through gasoline taxes, whether it's through other matters, a lot of money moving around, and I see a lot of stuff on our list, and I don't even know what we can ask for from another level, but I just, you can only do so much, and you want to make sure that you get it planned appropriately so everything's in line. I'm not sure we can do that. Does that make sense? I mean, really, you understand what I'm saying? That we can get it in line and not miss out on something, because I don't know, there's so many regulations, requirements, and all this kind of stuff coming from different pots of funding, and it concerns me, and I think there's going to be questions. We need to be prepared for those kind of questions out in the community, because it's going to could be overwhelming to many people. So how does that play into this whole request from the citizens of needs in our community? I don't know how people are going to look at it, but it could be overwhelming. But I know from a city standpoint, I would hope that we're not having this conversation. I'm sure it's happening behind the scenes, but making sure that we kind of plan appropriately, and so we can accomplish a lot of things potentially strategically, instead of missing out and coming back and saying, wow, I wish we would have rethought this thing. But it's just, my concern is, Mr. City Manager, everything's happening so fast and it's coming together and coinciding all at the same time, especially with this T-Spots matter. And I know that once these things get approved, that you don't change them. They don't change. So the question would be, maybe a couple of those projects or a few of those projects could be funded in other ways, that we could do other projects in their places. I'm just kind of concerned that we don't get locked in to not being able to strategically plan.
Yeah.
I hope that's valid.
Well, I will say that, your concern is valid, and we think about that every day. And you heard me talk about challenging department heads, about your state associations, regional, national associations, and making sure that you're feeding information to us on what's going on in your specific areas of work. And I say these exact words to them. If we miss something and it comes up and comes to my attention later, it's shame on you, because you should have been monitoring Parks and Rec categories and Public Works categories. Shame on you. And so, we've got Georgia Municipal Association looking out for us and feeding us information all day, every day. We've got Association of County Commissioners of Georgia looking out and feeding us county information every day. We've got the NACO, the National Association of County Officials. They're doing the same thing. The National League of Cities. We're overwhelmed with information. And internally, I create teams to work on these specific areas. If it's cybersecurity, then it's IT, and it depends on the area we're dealing with. So we're doing everything that we can internally to keep up, to keep track, and make sure that we don't miss out on anything. So, and we work hard at that every day. I don't want to miss out on anything. And I'm talking to other city, county managers, and they email me, what are you guys doing over there? And I want to know, what are you doing over there? Yeah, and so we are in constant communication to make sure that one city or county, we don't want them to one-up us, you know. So it's competitive, and we're competing every day, I can tell you that.
And the only thing I would add is that our staff is aware of the same issues that you just mentioned, and they are trying to juggle all of those. I know Deputy City Manager Hodge mentioned the other day that right now in the compilation of a budget, you know, what's the impact of what the stimulus money that's available for Muskogee County going to have on where we pull our funds from to try to balance the budget. So you almost have to create 2 or 3 different scenarios, which is what you were talking about, and they're working on that.
Well, and yes, Mayor, I mean, there's already some things in movement, but I think as it relates to the conversation of infrastructure improvements, traffic-related improvements, roads, streets, things like that, I think there's a lot of stuff moving there, and we're going to be doing some stuff here locally in our request to citizens. So I don't know, you know, the impact from the outside information that's coming in, but I think a lot of these are going to be done here locally, and certainly those are the requests that we would make from these various, whether it's from the federal government or state government. Of course, a lot of that stuff comes through the GDOT, but then the requests locally here to citizens are just, you know, making sure that we get the most of the opportunity is key. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. I just see this, we're going to go out and we're going to be the sales force for for a new tax. And I think part of our strategy needs to be that we show fiscal responsibility. And so I'm with Councilor Thomas on this. I mean, we should be showing, this is a small little thing that we can do to show that we appreciate the sacrifice that we're asking our citizens to make by, you know, voting for 1 or possibly 2 cents if they vote yes on both of these tax SPLOS and the T-SPLOS and the other SPLOS, and show them that we appreciate it, we understand their sacrifice, and we are going to be fiscally responsible with the money that we're asking them to give us. And I think this is how we show faith, and we take the step forward and tell them that we are thinking about you. We're thinking about the money that you are going to give us, and we're going to use it wisely.
Thank you. All right, I think that is it for today. Does anybody have anything else that they need to bring before the council? Motion to adjourn from Councilor Woodson. The second from Councilor House. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, we're adjourned.